chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
Will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems,
and fortunately a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself?
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Please welcome to the stage multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bridget Trong, and I am the co-host of Web Summit's North American conference called Collision. Show of hands, how many people have been to Toronto for Collision? Anyone? Don't be shy. I see a few hands here. Hopefully we'll see more next year. Yes, Miss in the front. Now this is the third and final day here at Web Summit 2023, and I hope you have had a great time. I hope you had a fun time last night at Night Summit and met some amazing people this week as well. It has been an incredible experience for me here in Lisbon, co-hosting Web Summit for the first time with the talented Casey and Laura. But even though this is the last day here in Lisbon, I really do hope that I see you all next year in Toronto, okay? Now, this past June, we welcomed 36,378 investors, founders, and tech lovers from over 118 countries to the city of Toronto. And it's going to be a much bigger and better show in June of 2024. I hope to see you there, and we can share a plate of poutine or a beaver tail or two, whatever you want, but we're going to have a lot of fun. In the meantime, let's kick off center stage this morning with a talk on the future of AI and sustainability. Now, much like AI was instrumental in expediting the development of vaccines during the pandemic, this powerful technology can be put to work to combat one of the greatest challenges of our time, and that's climate change. In our first session here on Center Stage and on the last day of Web Summit 2023, Microsoft's Chief Sustainability Officer will outline how AI is being used to address sustainability challenges and explore how to accelerate the creation of the climate solutions needed for a net zero world. Please welcome to center stage the Chief Sustainability Officer at Microsoft, Melanie Nakagawa.
100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Hello, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. So we're all sitting in this room, but let's go for a little hike. So I'd like to take you on a little journey, and don't worry, we're not going to be leaving this room. We'll go for this journey. Here it goes. Now we're on it. So imagine you're planning a hiking trip. You've selected the perfect trail on this sunny fall day. You're probably sunblocked, and you've broken in your hiking boots. Your backpack is filled with all the right tools and supplies, from snacks, you got plenty of water, you got your map, and you've got GPS. As you head down this trail, you notice a new path. It's narrow, maybe a little steeper, but you decide to give it a try. As you venture down this new path, you discover breathtaking scenery, hidden waterfalls, unique plants, and interesting wildlife. Things, frankly, you would have missed if you stuck to your original plan. It even gets you to the top of a mountain faster than your original trail. What at first seemed like an uncertain path turned out to be an unexpectedly positive experience, leading you to a view that you frankly could have missed. I think about this a lot in the context of technology. New and unexpected paths are forged, and their impact can be so significant that you can't imagine going back to the old path. I use this imagery to stress that sometimes exploring new paths can lead to surprising new outcomes. And today, that new path is, you've guessed it, AI. AI has the power to unlock tremendous opportunities when it comes to sustainability. Now, is AI all breathtaking scenery and hidden waterfalls? Likely not. But when it comes to addressing climate change, I'm going to challenge all of you to see AI as a new path, as a new opportunity. Like preparing for any adventure, we also need to make sure we have those right tools in our backpack. So I'll introduce you to one of those tools today, because I believe that if we have the right tools and that if we work together to harness the power of AI for sustainability, this path can help lead us to the net zero future we've all been working towards. Before I talk to you about how AI can accelerate sustainability goals, how about I introduce myself? My name is Melanie Nakagawa. My career has intersected 3 exciting areas of policy, finance, and technology. I've had the honor of serving in the Biden administration in the White House as a special assistant to the president on the National Security Council. I've also been director of climate strategy for a global growth equity fund, investing in exciting climate tech companies. And now I work as the chief sustainability officer in technology for Microsoft. I've seen firsthand the impact we can have when industries work together to drive positive sustainability impact and change. Now, some of you might be thinking, how can AI tackle climate change? Won't this slow down our path to net zero? These are the types of questions we all should be asking when considering new technologies and solutions to ensure that they were used responsibly for both people and the planet. Here's what I do know. Next-gen AI comes with increased resource demands, and we also know that carbon-free electricity and efficiency will meaningfully impact that demand on emissions. This means decarbonizing energy grids around the world needs to remain part of our collective plan. Increasing access to clean energy and more efficient use can help ensure that this doesn't slow us down on our journey to net zero, because frankly, we cannot afford to slow down. So, the potential of AI to accelerate sustainability solutions is massive. Imagine accelerating the development of solutions from years to months, months to weeks. AI makes this possible, and I'm excited to explore this path with you today. So let me start by giving you 3 examples that just might surprise you. Earlier this week, I had the opportunity to be in the UK, where I learned that the rate of water leakage is around 20% in municipal water systems. And this figure is actually quite higher in other parts of the world. While in London, I had a chance to meet with one of Microsoft's Climate Innovation Fund portfolio companies called Phytotech. Phytotech is using AI-enabled acoustic analysis to detect water leakage. This is helping to reduce water loss and improve water availability. Another example is how AI is being deployed to tackle decarbonizing electricity grids that are so important to our global energy transition. Now, one of the constraints to decarbonizing grids is the capacity limitation of existing transmission lines. But today, a company called Line Vision is using AI to unlock additional carrying capacity and bring more renewable power onto the grid. National Grid UK is actually using Line Vision's AI sensing analytics to increase transmission capacity by 60%. This has made it possible to add an additional 600 megawatts of offshore wind power to existing transmission lines. Now, one more example. Maybe this one will also surprise you, I hope. The third one is AI is connecting farmers and technology to help meet the world's food needs while using less resources. So did you know that by 2050, we're going to need to roughly double global food production to feed the world? And this has to be done all the time, all the while the climate is changing, making growing conditions in many places more difficult due to more volatile and extreme weather. This is going to require new approaches to farming that can produce more food while using less resources like land, water, fertilizer. At the same time, smallholder farms are the vast majority of the world's farms. In fact, smallholder farms make up 82% of the world's 570 million farms. And these farmers are among the most at risk of experiencing the impacts of climate change. So at the end of the day, we need farms, big and small, to meet the global food challenge. As part of this effort, Microsoft's Project Farm Vibes is using cutting-edge AI to help farmers optimize their practices by combining data sets from sources like sensors and drones and satellites with vision and machine learning algorithms. This effort is providing farmers with actionable insights to boost farm productivity. I sometimes like to call it more crop per drop. These are just some of the ways AI is already trying to help combat climate change and advance sustainability. Pretty exciting, right? Thank you. Thank you to those awake in the front of the room. So let's move on. Now, I want to talk about, and I also want to acknowledge so far that our collective journey on sustainability hasn't been defined by this beautiful, clear, smooth path or trail. There's been some hills, there's been some valleys, and even a few big rocks along the way. So at Microsoft, we're asking the question, how can AI accelerate the global path to a net zero, climate resilient, and nature positive world? The answer is that we see AI having 3 unique game-changing capabilities to accelerate the sustainability progress. The first one is that AI can measure, predict, and optimize systems that are far too complex for traditional computational methods today. Think about wildfires for a moment. Every year, 7 gigatons of carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. That's the equivalent emissions to about 1.6 billion cars a year. Wildfires are difficult to predict because of the complex interplay between things like weather, vegetation, and land use. But by applying AI and using AI, we're now enabling tools that can discern patterns, detect change, predict outcomes, and optimize our response to these wildfires. The second capability is that AI can accelerate the discovery and development of sustainability solutions. AI can accelerate the discovery of these solutions from taking it from years to months to weeks. So for example, let's take energy storage. Energy storage is key for integrating wind and solar and these intermittent sources of power onto our grid. And many of these storage solutions are still too expensive to deploy at the scale and the pace that we need. Researchers are using AI to rapidly screen and predict material properties that could improve battery performance, and doing this at a lower cost. This can help bring down the cost of the technology and bring down the cost curve even faster. And the third game-changing ability that I want to share with you is how AI can empower the sustainability workforce in unprecedented ways. At Microsoft, our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. AI is helping the sustainability workforce achieve more by optimizing systems and distilling vast amounts of data and documents. This can help inform new solutions to address the intricate challenges of sustainability. For example, the Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability is using AI to help customers quickly perform advanced analytics and generate detailed, actionable climate insights. This type of analysis is going to help companies make more impactful decisions toward net zero goals by identifying their outliers, their trends, correlations between activities, and calculated emissions. Progress is already happening. Those are just some examples. But let's be honest, we need to take some important steps to truly unlock the full potential of AI for sustainability. So today, I'm excited to share Microsoft's AI and Sustainability Playbook. It's our hope that this playbook will help Microsoft and our customers and many of you here today and the world unlock a flywheel of sustainability progress. So let's take a closer look at this playbook. The first point of the playbook is we need to invest in AI to accelerate and scale sustainability solutions. The 3 game-changing capabilities I just talked to you about, well, those are all possible, but they require investment and deep partnership, including from many of you. This is a path we must take together. The second part of the playbook is, as you all know, data is the foundation upon which AI operates. We need to develop the data and digital infrastructure needed for an inclusive use of AI for sustainability. Despite the rapid growth in new data that is out there still remain major gaps in the world's environmental data, with uneven geographical coverage and challenges that we have in accessing much of this data. So overcoming these challenges will require investing to fill critical data gaps, establishing AI-ready data standards, and expanding access to digital infrastructure. The third part of the playbook is we need to minimize resource use in our AI operations through innovation and best practices. Across the globe, we've been innovating the design and operations of our own data centers to conserve power, reduce emissions, and even contribute energy back to the grid. For example, just a little further north of us, in Finland, 2 new data centers are designed to harness their heat waste and contribute back to the district heating system, contributing to the community's needs in and around the area. Fourth, we need to advance AI policy principles and governance for sustainability. Governments play a pivotal role in providing incentives, making investments, and creating an enabling environment for using AI for sustainability outcomes. And perhaps most importantly, AI governance will help ensure that it is safe, secure, and trusted. And the last of the playbook, fifth, we must ensure the world's sustainability workforce has the skills needed to use AI at scale. The transformative power of AI can only be harnessed for sustainability if we have the human capacity and the skill set to do so. We are committed to bringing AI skills to the sustainability workforce. To help communities around the world learn how to harness the power of AI, Microsoft recently launched the AI Skills Initiative. As workers advance their skills, they can progress to technical AI skilling on the Microsoft Learn platform. Learners can also build their skills through Career Essentials for Sustainable Tech Learning pathway offered by Microsoft and LinkedIn. But in parallel, we also need access to green skills. That's very important. Earlier this year, in the Global Green Skills Report, they found that 7 out of 8 global workers lack even a single green skill. And this at a time when the future of our planet depends on those skills. So last year, we partnered with a global nonprofit called Inco to launch a new green digital skills certificate program to educate workers and job seekers on the foundations of sustainability and technology, green design principles, and practices. There's so much more that's being done, and there's so much more left to do. But we believe this playbook can help Microsoft and others unlock the full potential of AI for sustainability. Meeting our net zero climate goals is going to require all of us. So today, I'm asking you to join us in these efforts. Now, you're probably thinking, but Melanie, I'm not Microsoft. I don't have a dedicated team to sustainability. I don't have the resources to do what you're doing. What can I possibly do to support these efforts? Well, if you ask that mental question in your head, I'm glad you asked it. The first step on this AI journey is to learn more. So we all need to get educated. And I've already shared some exciting information with you this morning about AI's power to help achieve our sustainability goals, but there's so much more to learn. So here are some resources to get you started. Much of what I shared with you today can be found in our latest white paper, which was released earlier today, called Accelerating Sustainability with AI, a Playbook. It's filled with both analytics and examples of how AI is already progressing our sustainability efforts. Now, if white papers aren't your thing, I get it. You can also find an AI and sustainability blog at that link to my right over here. And we use this to share our sustainability journey in the hopes that it's going to empower others to start their journey as well. Other helpful tools include our sustainability report, the LinkedIn Sustainability Learning Pathways, and other resources. Meaningful climate progress takes each and every one of us. I don't have to tell anyone in this room what's at stake. We're in the midst of a planetary emergency. But there's so many reasons to be optimistic. I'm optimistic about the positive impact AI is already having on sustainability and how we can unlock its full potential. I'm optimistic because, frankly, I don't feel alone in this effort. So many people are putting their work and unique skills to create more opportunities to combat climate change across policy, finance, technology, and many other sectors. As I look out into this audience today, I know some of you, let's try this morning, by a show of hands, entrepreneurs, raise your hand. In the front row, good for you guys. Founders, investors, people interested in climate change. Excellent, excellent. I am sure all of you have explored the unexpected path. Maybe you've explored a few of them in your career, in your personal life, at some point in your lifetime. So what I would like to encourage you all to do is let's explore a new unexpected path together. With AI, we've been given the opportunity to generate and scale breakthroughs that we need to accelerate sustainability progress at a pace the world hasn't seen before. So I'm encouraging you to come join us on this journey, explore that unexpected path, see where it takes you, and let's have a conversation about what we discover. Because who knows, we might discover even more remarkable places and views and vistas than we've ever seen before. So with that, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Well, as a content creator in Canada myself, I have found myself asking, what does it mean to be a content creator? An existential question, I know. I mean, is it enough to just post videos and pictures online, or is there something we should be doing to send messages, to inform and inspire the world to be a better place? I hope we can get some insight into that in our next session. Please welcome investor Kelly Rutherford, who you may recognize from daytime and primetime television, like the wildly successful show Gossip Girl, and Wiser co-founder Benjamin Boothman in conversation with Alexandra Sternlicht from Fortune to explain why a modern creator needs to prioritize meaningful content.
Thank you, Benjamin and Kelly, for joining me. I'm really excited for our discussion today. So let's get right into it. First of all, okay, how does a college recent grad, you graduated in 2019, get paired with Lily Vander Woodson from Gossip Girl? Please explain how this partnership came about.
Yeah, I think it was a mixture between a lot of dedication and sending a ton of emails to interesting people out there, and then a bit of luck to have Kelly checking her emails in that moment and being interested in what we're doing. And then we met for a first call, and she was so into it that she said, "Okay, I would love to be more involved than just what you offered here." And we basically put together our last bucks on the account, flew down to St. Moritz where she was skiing with her family, and yeah, we took her on a little walk around the lake, and after that, somehow this whole journey started together.
And Kelly, you could have probably attached yourself to a lot of different companies. Yeah. Why Wiser?
We just really connected. I loved what they were doing, so what they sent me was...
And what is it that they're doing?
Wiser, you mean? Well, yeah. Well, Wiser is a social media it's a social media platform for sharing of knowledge and expertise. But originally, it was going to be a streaming platform with sort of more biographies. And so what they sent me had such great quality, and I just loved their style and what they were doing. And as much as I love social media, I really felt there was something missing, the nourishing aspect, really being able to get informed and knowledge very easily and to be able to share that. So I was really excited about what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, about what they do.
So Benjamin, you've been at this doing Wiser for 5 years now. 4. That's, in terms of startup timeline, that's a full lifetime. So tell us a little bit about what Wiser is, what does it do, and why has it kept you interested and kept going and bringing on Kelly for the last 4 years?
Yeah, so Wiser is a social media platform, but exclusively for sharing of knowledge. But not in a boring way. We try to make it as fun and interactive as it can be, and at the same time bringing some purposeful content out there and giving creators an opportunity to really easy produce educational content, not alone, but together with other people, and at the same time make it really easy and a new form of consumption of this type of content, because that's what we learned in those years, that educational content can sometimes be a bit heavy. So we definitely took a different approach of how to discover content, how to get into content, that you have to make a decision to consume. But it's definitely more fun than normal courses or whatever.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear it's more fun and that you're having more fun. I've been a tech reporter. I've been covering startups for a while now, and I have seen a lot of versions of Wiser, or iterations of Wiser with different features come across my desk. Obviously, knowledge sharing, education is huge. I think the biggest place where people go for these things is TikTok to learn about like how to do their hair, YouTube. What makes you confident that you can stand out from the other startup competitors as well as the TikToks and the YouTubes of the world?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. The approach we're taking is that on one hand, of course, we try to build a tool which is not only making it easy and fun to interact, but at the same time bringing people on the platform and backing the startup in an early stage, like bigger creators in our creator program, using the platform also to interact with their people, so that we have a good start, basically. Not only for the creator on the platform, but also for the users.
And how many people in the audience are startup founders? Okay,
there's one.
That's a few. So, Wiser, I know you guys have raised a little bit of money. How much is it now?
It's we raised a pre-seed round with a higher six-figure number.
Okay, so it's not insignificant, but it's not enormous.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about fundraising in this economy.
I see a huge difference between our pre-seed round and our upcoming seed round right now. That in the
so you're currently raising for the seed round?
Yeah, we just started to raise our seed round. And the pre-seed round was actually really tough for a product like ours, where you have a lot of risk, of course, in the product. But as soon as we now at the point where we are with the board we build, I think we have an incredible board of creators on the platform. In our advisory board, we have Sean Kim, the former CPO of TikTok, Amy, the former CEO of OnlyFans, and some other really incredible people helping us to build that thing. And that's also the major difference between our pre-seed and seed round, that it becomes somehow easier to approach VCs, and sometimes, or most of the VCs right now, approaching us. So I love that it changed a bit. We don't have to do the cold outreach all the time.
Yeah.
So,
right. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice when you have someone making those intros.
Yeah.
So Kelly, there have been a lot of successful celebrity-founded startups over the years. You know, you think about Logan Paul and Prime, or George Clooney and Casamigos. What, as a celebrity, what do you think makes those companies successful, and how do you feel like you are going to imbue Wiser with this celebrity blessing?
Well, I've been there since the beginning, and I've just believed in it so strongly. So I think a lot of it is getting behind things that you really believe in and love and want to see out in the world. So, and that, you know, you're working with people that you really believe in and you trust and, you know, you admire. I think that's what really makes it successsucy. Yeah.
So when you look at your peers, like, you know, the George Clooney's of the world, and you look at them running these successful companies, why does George Clooney make a tequila that really works versus someone else makes a tequila and we've never heard of it?
Well, I think his ability to promote it, for sure, number one. And number two, he does it with friends generally. A lot of these things he's doing with friends. So, and he's an incredibly generous, kind person. I know George, he's very, very kind and generous and supportive of his friends. So, you know, it could be something that, an idea that a friend came up with that he partnered with and said, let's go do this, you know, I can help market it, or I believe in it, or I, you know, want to make a higher quality whatever. So, you know, for me, it's a lot of the time seeing where there's a space to be filled with something greater than what's existing today. And I think that's what Wiser is to me, so.
And for you, you know, you're doing amazing with acting, obviously, Gossip Girl, incredible show. Why be a startup founder?
I sort of fell into it. It was because of Eric and Benjamin, to be honest. I mean, it's really because of the email they sent to me. It wasn't something I was necessarily looking to do. I just really fell in love with what they were doing. I absolutely love the two of them and their energy, and I have a lot of admiration for what they're doing. So for me, and it's been an incredible opportunity to learn and expand myself, so it's wonderful.
Okay.
cool. So it wouldn't be a Web Summit panel if we didn't talk about AI. So the knowledge economy is being completely upended by ChatGPT. You know, if someone wants to learn, like, how do I get on the stage at Web Summit?
Yeah.
They might type that into ChatGPT. Why would someone go to Wiser and learn from creators versus just, you know, sticking their question into the internet and moving on with their lives?
Yeah. So I definitely see that point, but what we are focusing on is not the typical way of education, 1 + 1 is 2. I think there are a million ways to find the answer for that. But what we want to have people on the platform sharing their life experience in different content formats and making it accessible for everyone out there. And I think it's going to take a long time until ChatGPT can answer a question what Kelly exactly experienced in her life, what probably only her can answer. So, and that's where we want to go. We want to have incredible people on the platform sharing what they know, and you don't have that access anywhere else. So that's the direction where we go. And I think AI is really helping us also as a platform to leverage that and to make it even easier to consume the content. What we're, for example, doing is we have that asynchronous conversation happening on the platform. So it's like a mixture between a Clubhouse, a WhatsApp chat, and a podcast. So those video messages, those people sending each other in those chats, and the community can follow that. We transcribe them and summarize them with AI. That's, for example, one thing where we use AI for ourselves to make the consumption easier, because people can not only follow through the video, they can also read the conversation and being involved in that thing like they are in a WhatsApp chat with Kelly and someone else.
Yeah, video is, you know, you picked a popular format, short form video. You have TikTok, you have Meta, you have YouTube. All of them are investing big in short form video, spending billions of dollars. Do you think, and obviously you've chosen to do video as well, do you think that, and we are seeing something bad is happening with Twitter, whether you think it's over or not, whatever, but do you think that video is the future and that written word is maybe over?
I think video, what we see, and I think I would be an idiot if I say that it's not true, because we see that that most people engage with videos the most. So you can read and you read an article, but video is catching you and you stick to it. So that's the approach we took. We said, okay, if we want to reach not only one generation, Gen Z or my generation, who are really into video content, if we want to expand that and reach a bigger audience, then we also have to give different formats. So that's why we, for example, transcribe the videos and make summaries of it, so that people who like more to read and don't watch a whole video of someone talking, they can just follow the conversations and learn by reading it. So we leave it up to the user to decide how they want to approach the content and how they want to interact.
Okay, cool. Thank you for answering that question. And then, you know, I'm sure a lot of people out here might be thinking, wow, wouldn't it be nice to have Kelly Rutherford at my company as a co-founder, or, you know, someone like you. Tell me a little bit about how you guys work together on a day-to-day basis as co-founders of Wiser.
So in the beginning, when we were like basically my co-founder Eric and myself and Diego, our CTO, and Kelly joined us. We were working on a really day-to-day basis. Like we really worked on the concept. Kelly put a lot of input into also development of the product. So how can it look? And then when it evolves and we grew also the team and everything, then we started to work on a like weekly, monthly basis, so that Kelly is always joining as soon as we make bigger decisions. She's joining that things. We're obviously brainstorming a lot together, and we love that. And we're joining conferences like that together. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And what about you, Kelly? What is the most valuable part about your working relationship with Benjamin?
For me, it's just exciting to see it grow and how quickly it's grown and how people are responding to it. And that's the beautiful thing is, you know, you can have an idea and you can be there from the beginning, and to be able to watch it grow and see how many people are so excited about it, downloading it, using it, loving it. There's so many experts out there that, even like myself, who may not be as techy, but it's making it really easy for creators who aren't already creators or natural creators, like a professor, let's say, to create and to build an audience. And also for us to discover. So for me, the discovery is so exciting, whether it's fashion or it's tech or new ways of learning about AI in the future. So it's really a wonderful place to discover experts that you may not have even known you were interested in. So that's what's really fun about it.
Right. So when I was learning about Wiser, I was playing around on your website and I was looking at the value proposition. So you say on the website, with Wiser, you can be yourself, speak freely, share knowledge, connect with people from any background and experience, and get wiser. I want to zero in on this aspect of free speech. Speaking freely is what you say. So to me, when you open up that free speech thing, great. Obviously, people want to be able to speak and be uncensored, but this has been a huge problem for social media platforms, namely Facebook in elections with misinformation, etc. Talk about that.
So what the decision we made is that we want to become a safe space for everybody, and we want to build that safe space with the community together. So what we make a decision for is that content can be rated, and it's not just like content. Of course, you have a like button, and you can support your creators or the people on there. But we also rate the content, and community can rate the content, so that we help to make the content as verified as possible for the users. And of course, we're welcoming everybody to produce content on the platform. And in the end, we're doing our best to sort also for fake news and everything. And yeah, but that's definitely a big issue for all social media platforms, opening up a tool to produce and speak freely.
Right, and like when you write that into the marketing language, what kind of censorship things are you putting in, or moderation things are you putting in to make sure people on the platform are not sharing hate speech, misinformation? You could go down the list.
Of course, we have the basic features, like you can report stuff as soon as you encourage that. At the same time, we're using AI since we're transcribing every video, we know exactly what's been said in those videos. So we can use AI to search for specific keywords to red flag them as soon as they were posted, so that we can get in and check personally if that is good or not good, and if we leave it on the platform or we block it.
Got it. So we're almost out of time here. I want to end with you guys doing a little bit of future prediction. So we're talking about the creator economy. What do you think is going to be the biggest trend in the creator economy in the next, let's say, 2 years?
I see a lot that people starting and people growing really rapidly, not only on our platform, also on all those other platforms, that with purposeful content. And I think that's what the talk here is about, that people bring a bit more purpose behind their content, so it starts to not only be pure entertainment, but also deliver some insights to the audience. And at that moment, and I think this is going to be a trend, and I really cross fingers that that's happening, and keep scaling.
Okay, insights and purpose, we'll take it. I'd love to see more of that. What do you think, Kelly?
Yeah, I think a heightened quality and more expansiveness. So I think we've gotten so over this quick, fix content and being sold so many things. So to me, it would be obviously something like Wiser, because you've got experts in their field, you know what you're getting. There already is an element of weeding out, you know what I mean? And the quality is already heightened. So I think quality and more nourishing content. I think we've gotten so bombarded with quick sell and being sold so many things. So I think we're all looking for a more nourishing, expansive experience. So at least I hope to see more of that.
All right, well, we'll end on that. Nourishment and less sales. Thank you, guys. This has been a great panel.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was great. We can never have enough meaningful content, right? Okay, so for every Steve Jobs, there is a Sam Bankman-Fried. And for every Melanie Perkins, there is an Elizabeth Holmes. Every year, we welcome a ton of new startup founders to Web Summit. Some go all the way to unicorn status, and some don't. But being a great founder is more than having a great idea or a great business model. What exactly makes a great founder, and can those skills be learned, or are you just born with them? To discuss what makes a great founder, please welcome in conversation with Dan Milmo of The Guardian, Daniel Yanis, co-founder and CEO of Checkr, and Daniela Braga, who is the founder and CEO of Defined AI.
Morning, everyone. We're here to debate a great question, and I think it's a question that probably quite a few of you in the audience already know the answer to, but I imagine quite a few more would like to know the answer to. What makes a great founder? Now, I know in the audience and amongst the tens of thousands of people that have attended this event over the past few days, there is the next Bill Gates, there is the next Whitney Wolfe Herd, but it's a question that encapsulates a lot of factors, I think. And we've got two absolutely fantastic speakers and successful founders to debate this with us. So I'll introduce them. First is Daniel Yanis, the founder of Checkr, a San Francisco-based company that carries out background checks on employees and a whole suite of services, but was recently valued at nearly $5 billion. And Daniela Braga, the founder of Defined AI, a company that was recently valued at $300 million and is growing rapidly and sells clean data to companies building AI models. Very, very important service, that. I've got a list of probably the expected questions, but I just want to start with the personal, if that's okay, and that is how and why you founded your businesses. Daniela.
Well, there was a clear need in 2015, and you can see that still today, that of a platform that provides ethical data, transparent, unbiased, high-quality data to build AI. We are in the business of unstructured data, so it's actually the worst piece of data. There's unstructured and structured. The structured is more the tabular data. We deal with the other one, which is speech, text, image, video, multimodal data, and now we're expanding to even music, code, and other types of unstructured data. So that need was and still is more than ever now with foundational models requiring so much data, the reason why I started the company.
Okay, and just in terms of, just a quick bit of what within you led to taking that big step. It's a big, brave step, right? Founding a company. Just give us an insight into what drove you to do that? What was within you? What character trait drove you to do it and take that step?
It was a business reason. I was, before that, 7 years with Microsoft, really running the data expansion for all the speech suite of products, 26 languages. And there was no provider in the world, not even inside Microsoft, a way to source this data in a consistent way across so many languages. I did pitch the idea to the Microsoft leadership back then. Didn't go anywhere, and I did
Perhaps
think
they'll come calling.
and I did think that I was seeing all my peers at Google, at Meta, back then was Facebook, at Amazon, having the same challenges and really not having a clear one-stop shop to source this data, to clean the data, and to provide all this transparency. Okay. So that was really, that being said, from one place to the next, took me 3 years, and I took a plunge with 2 months of runway, quitting my decent, well-paid job with a 5-year-old daughter, and in a foreign country that I had been for 3 years only, and I took that plunge. It's not for everyone.
Okay, but it worked out. Daniel, Checkr, founded in 2014. What's the Checkr story?
Yeah, so I mean, similar to Daniela, in 2014, my co-founder and I were working in another company, in a startup in the gig economy space. So the early days of on-demand deliveries, ride-sharing, Uber, those companies were starting to grow. And same thing, we found a problem and a gap in the needs of like accelerating background checks and checking workers before they join those platforms. That was a big bottleneck. And I actually pitched my idea as well to other people in my company and found that there was no good solution in the market. And that's how we jumped and started the first API, the first fully automated product for background checks. So I think it sounds like, I mean, most B2B startups start by having an insight in your last job. You find the problem, and then you go solve it, jumping and starting a new company. So we have this in common.
And I'm sure it was the same with you. Microsoft was spending, I had alone in that year $14 million of budget to spend. And I was struggling to spend it. And I took it to the leadership and said, we actually, with this amount of money, we can actually double, triple if we go on this route. And they really said, no, let's just spend it. So there was money to spend, and there was not a need to make it more efficient. So I guess that's what we all do then.
Okay, and I know that if we had a question like what problems have you had to overcome, that's probably quite a long list, and I think we could almost have a separate session on that, and I think it's a constructive question. But on this, Daniel, can you just give an example of a problem that you had to overcome with Checkr that would be relatable to the founders and would-be founders out there that they'll probably need to overcome as you did yourself?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's, there might be, so I'm French, so I'm a French citizen, but I moved to the US to try to start my startup in 2014, and definitely immigration, visa was a challenge. It's very hard to start. It's very hard to get a visa in the US, and it's even harder to start your own company. So you have to be creative and really network and find solutions, to raise a little bit of money so you can sponsor your own company. So that was definitely a struggle. My co-founder and I were both French in the US.
And how do you address that? Is that you get a lawyer? I mean, I presume
you get a lawyer.
Services
in the US, you get a lawyer for anything you need to do, and you get a lawyer. And if you can raise enough money, you can eventually sponsor your own startup. But you need to prove to the government that you have enough money, enough traction, a good business plan, and then you can sponsor your own visa with your company. But that's definitely a high bar and harder than in most European countries, I would say.
Yeah, and just on that, I know, because obviously you're both based in the US, but in Europe, within the EU, sorry, I'm a British journalist, so I wouldn't know about that, but within the EU, it's easier.
I think there's pros. I mean, it's easier, I think, from a visa perspective.
Yeah.
But then I have friends who are founders in Europe. It's a bit harder to find enough VC money, to have people who are taking a lot of risk.
So the investment community
in the US,
is less well developed.
In Silicon Valley, you might get a little bit more support to start, risky businesses. There's pros and cons, but I think things have really improved in the last 10 years since I, moved to the US. When I look at France, there's a lot of infrastructure and funding for startups, and I think in Portugal, UK, many countries too. So I think now it's easier to start a global startup.
Okay. Daniela, what sort of difficulties have you faced that you can relate to the audience?
So I didn't have that problem because I was already there through Microsoft. I had a green card. I was on track for citizenship, which I am, a double citizen. So I never had that problem. But I had a completely different problem, which is fundraising as a woman. There's only 2% of women that raise VC capital in the world. I used to remember these conversations in the early stages of the company with my male peers who used to, we would compare notes on KPIs to raise the first million or the first 10 or the first 50. And I was never treated the same way, in the way that my KPIs were always the next series compared to my male peers. For seed round, I had to have revenue. I had to have recurrent revenue. Nobody has recurrent revenue, probably until Series B in many cases. I had to have recurrent revenue. I had to have contracts and runway. I had to have all of the things that, why are you actually, the reason why we're raising capital is because we don't have that, but we have the product market fit of established customers, which we always did. I mean, our product is clearly B2B. We only sell to the Fortune 50 and now Fortune 500 companies that are the big builders of AI. That was more reassuring, but that's the thing. I heard all the most incredible excuses to not give me money. And remember also the fact that my male peers used to count how many VC meetings they used to have. I mean, for every 100 that they had, I had to have 1,000 to get a maybe.
Sorry, this is a really important subject, and again, I think for a separate talk, I think. But how do you have any advice for female founders about sort of overcoming that that's not a great statistic at all, 2% of VC funding. So getting over that sort of, is it almost a psychological hurdle when you hear that? And then also, why is that hurdle there? Any sort of thoughts you have on that? And also want to bring in you too, Daniel, on that.
I mean, I think the main point, and in the US there's a lot of awareness around these things, more now than before. I never use the female card to say, hey, you're not treating me the same way, even though I heard things like, you are too confident, you should be more humble, you should tone down, which are traits that no man is told to be as a CEO. You need to, I'm sorry, but you got to tone down, too confident. And there's confidence and there's arrogancy, which I think are two different things, and the founder should never be arrogant. I know many who are. I think that's one good trait of a founder, not being arrogant, always understanding that we're always learning. This is a very, very tough journey of growth. But it's really not bringing the female card, because we don't play with the same rules. We are paving the way for our future generations. But if we look at in the 80s, there was no Fortune 500 company led by a woman in the United States, in the world. And today we have 29. 40 years later, we have 29 women running Fortune 500 companies. Yeah. It looks like a very slow move, but in the whole history of humankind, it's been a lot. So we have to be very resilient. Peer group support, more the society is aware about these things. But we need more women in power with role models and supporting each other, which actually is something women don't do. Yeah. I don't know if it's because we are used to survive alone, or there's not that same behavior and cultural behavior.
Yeah, thank you. Great advice. And just in terms of the US investment community, I know we're in Europe, but obviously a very important investment community for tech. Is it a diverse community? Is it one that people of all backgrounds can relate to and be sure of getting a fair hearing? Daniel, in your experience?
I don't think it is. I think there's been a tiny bit of progress in terms of like female VCs, female founders, female CEOs. But I agree completely with you, Daniela. I think there's a long way to go and still a lot of bias to fight. And it's important to start from where the money comes from, because that drives then the company creation, then the role models for the next generation. So definitely a lot of more work to do to improve diversity in tech.
That's a good message for any VCs out there, definitely. So we're sort of running out of time, so I'm going to zip through to the last question, if that's all right. Starting with you, Daniela. Just trying to narrow this down to like one thing, if possible. The most important bit of advice you can give a would-be founder who's out there right now, or someone who's just started.
The most important advice is to adapt. I usually say the only constant thing in life is change. You will have to adapt every week sometimes, every month. And people and human nature is naturally against that. I think since our settler times in the Neolithic. We are used to not have change and do not like change. The thing is, in the life of entrepreneur, you should expect change all the time. You never can sit still. So that is the biggest part. And also, be humble to that we're always learning. We're always learning. We know a couple of very strong foundation things, which you all should know in terms of our whatever that is. In my case, it's the knowledge I built in my scientific credibility. But everything else, we're always learning.
Great, thank you. And Daniel?
For me, I would say one important principle that I was not very good at in the early days is to be customer-centric, so to really obsess over the customer. I think every founder, every potential founder has an idea, and I even built like the product I wanted myself as the buyer because I knew some of the needs, but then really validating that with the external customers, with real people, real companies, real customers. You will always be surprised that actually the idea you had was not exactly what they need. So like spending as much time with real customers, understanding their problems and solving them in an iterative way. That's still something I'm focused on right now, 10 years later. And that is one of the most important things, I think, when you get started.
And the customers change their mind. That's why we always have to adapt.
Exactly. Well, that's all we have time for. But just to recap those tips, be humble, learn, find a gap, obviously, find a gap in that market, be customer-centric, understand the customer, and adapt. So thank you very much to Daniel Yanis and Daniela Braga for their insights, and I hope this will make you better founders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, part of our next talk will be in Portuguese, but you can use the app to get live translation. So if you have earbuds, AirPods, headphones on you, feel free to use them with the app. Now, live commerce and the creator economy have reshaped the marketing landscape. Converting followers into income, though, is a new sales strategy that still has a lot of room to grow. Join this session to discover how to turn clickbait into clicks and to find out how creators and brands are repositioning themselves to tap the generations with disposable income. To discuss more about live commerce, please welcome Rudy Loris, who is the co-founder of Marie Maria Makeup. Marie Maria, who is an influencer and co-founder of Marie Maria Makeup. And Monique Lima, who is the co-founder and CEO of Mimo Live Sales.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, especially on the last day and in the morning, which I know it's an honor for us to have you here with a lot of happy hours and so on, but we promise that we'll make it worth it. So I'm Monique Lima. I'm CEO and co-founder of Mimo Live Sales, and we're going to be talking about live commerce, creator economy, innovation, along with superstar Marie Maria, and also Rudy Loris. They are partners of Marie Maria Makeup and Marie Maria Hair, and they also are partners in life. So, Mari, thank you for having us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Olá, pessoal. Sou a Marie Maria. Vou falar em português porque é a minha língua mãe. Eu acho que eu consigo me expressar melhor. Eu sou a fundadora da marca Marie Maria Makeup. Ela tem crescido muito no Brasil. Eu e meu marido fundamos ela juntos e agora a gente está entrando no Hair Care com Marie Maria Hair, juntamente com a Ox.
Rudy, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Monique. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rudy Loures. I am co-founder and chief of operations at Mari Maria Makeup and Mari Maria Hair, both Brazilian beauty brands focusing mainly on makeup and hair care products.
Perfect. So let's get started. Mari, of course, we're going to start with your amazing story. And please tell us, how did you build a successful brand in such a short amount of time?
Eu acho que o grande sucesso da minha marca nesse tempo curto foi justamente eu ter conseguido criar uma audiência. Antes, eu comecei com o meu canal em 2014, falava com várias pessoas sobre a minha aceitação enquanto mulher na sociedade, principalmente na parte de beauty. Eu tinha muitas questões com as minhas sardas, então eu sempre fui apaixonada por maquiagem, desde os 7, 8 anos de idade. Sofria bullying na escola e eu lembro como se fosse hoje, um menino olhou para o meu rosto e perguntou: por que essa cara tá tão suja? E eu fui para casa e eu falei: vou resolver esse problema. Eu lembro que eu cheguei em casa, apliquei a base da minha mãe, não escondeu minhas sardas, misturei com corretivo e cobri todas as minhas sardas. Desse dia em diante, eu resolvi um grande problema na minha vida. Continuei com minha paixão pela make durante anos e fiz faculdade de cosmetologia, estética e cosmetologia no Brasil. E comecei com o meu canal por conta do incentivo do meu marido. Ele sempre gostou de ver eu me maquiando. E um dia ele falou: por que você não grava? E aí eu resolvi gravar e falei: agora que eu gravei, eu quero ver você editar. E foi quando a gente lançou o nosso primeiro vídeo no YouTube. Não foi de um dia para o outro que os nossos vídeos começaram a viralizar na internet, mas com muita dedicação a gente começou a ter uma audiência. E eu comecei a trabalhar com as melhores marcas no mundo inteiro. Como MAC, Benefit, entre outras marcas muito grandes. E desenvolvi vários produtos, ajudei no desenvolvimento de alguns produtos. Foi aí que eu falei: eu acho que eu posso criar um produto. Falei com o Rudy para a gente lançar um pincel. Eu sempre quis trazer um pincel diferente para o mercado brasileiro, de qualidade, custo-benefício, que é algo que a gente procura no Brasil. E foi quando meu marido entrou em cena, me ajudando e topou ser o meu grande parceiro de negócios.
Perfect. Before we go to that, just to make it clear for everybody here, Mari, how many followers did you have when you built your channel, and how many followers do you have on social media now?
Quando eu comecei, eu devia ter uns 800 mil seguidores. Hoje eu tenho 20 milhões de seguidores só no Instagram. No TikTok, 24 milhões e no YouTube, 10 milhões de seguidores.
So, in total, 15 million followers.
Mais ou menos.
Just a few. So, Rudy, please tell us, how did you guys go from having a community and then building a brand?
Basically, we were born in the digital space. We were born online, and especially because of the social media itself. So, with this advent of new platforms, we were able to break the traditional paradigm, where basically, at least the idea for me is that I would have to raise capital and then possibly not even test out my product before bringing it to market. And with the advent of social media, we were able to break that paradigm and do the exact opposite, where actually first we build an audience, then we eventually qualify this audience and build a product that was specifically designed to attend their needs. So.
Amazing. And I think it would be great for you to tell everybody, because you did something, of course, that is the ideal. You had the community, you had qualified consumers, and then you built the brand with Mari really knowing the gaps and what they needed, right? So how was your first sale when you first did 1,000, 2,000 products?
Yeah, at the time, we were just starting out. We only had one product, as Mari mentioned. We started out with the makeup brush. At the time, since we started from zero, basically, we had no idea of how long the products would take to eventually sell. So we decided to go with the brush because it had no shelf life. So I was like, oh, maybe it will take a year. I don't know how long it would take. It was our first experience being entrepreneurs and doing a business online. But to our surprise, we sold 500 brushes on the pre-order before the brushes even arrived in Brazil. And that for us was amazing because we had a little bit of time to start understanding the business and it was the first time that we actually did 500 boxes. So at the time, it was only me and Mari, and we were doing everything. You know, we were like packing doing the packaging. We were delivering it to the carrier, and we were even sending like tracking codes manually. So it was a very interesting time. But with social media, it was amazing because we thought that we would sell 2,500 bushes in a year, and we sold it in a couple of hours. So that was amazing, and building this audience allowed us to do that.
So this is the first sales. Of course, we know that we have a lot of years now, and they are a booming success in Brazil and in Portugal also, and going throughout the world. So it's a brand that started in the digital space, keeps innovating, and now it's entering the live commerce new era. So basically, what is live commerce? Is understanding that live streaming and e-commerce together can bring the most humanized way to shop and sell online. It's for consumers shopping like he's inside of the store or inside of Mari's home while she's doing her skincare and makeup, and they're there with her shopping and interacting and asking questions. And for brands, it's scale. So we're going to showcase here an example that what we did together that you can see our secrets, what happened then. Just giving some data and context, live commerce started in China in 2016, before the pandemic. So yes, guys, it's pandemic proof, and it keeps growing a lot. Nowadays, the Latin America market is the second market after China that interacts the most through lives when we're talking about digital shopping. And it's already 30% of e-commerce in China. It's live commerce. It's people that choose to buy for the first option through lives. They want to talk to the person. They want to understand more about the product. So that there's their first choice. And here is a spoiler on what we did, and you can see on this video. I think maybe you need to play the video. I don't know. Let's see. Is the previous slide? Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pessoal, esse é o nosso lançamento assim mais esperado. Eu sou apaixonada em blend de vitaminas. Eu queria isso pro meu cabelo.
E para 100 primeiras pessoas que comprarem, vai ganhar essa necessaire.
Só na compra do kit completo ganha essa necessaire e tem frete grátis.
Para colocar no carrinho, vocês não precisam nem sair da live. Olha a consistência desse shampoo.
Mari, can you tell us a little bit about the experience and what do you think were the key FOMO and key practices that you did to engage the consumer more and to have the best result?
Eu acho que o grande diferencial da gente vender em live é porque as pessoas conseguem se engajar mais com quem está mostrando, a gente consegue educar a audiência, mostrar o produto na hora, então você consegue ter como se fosse uma loja aberta para quem quiser entrar. Então esse é o grande diferencial, então dá essa chavinha para quem quer comprar na hora, ela já dá aquele gatilho.
And when interacting with consumers, with your qualified audience, what do you think was the best practices that you did?
Então, uma das coisas que eu mais acabo praticando, principalmente na hora de fazer live, é mostrar o produto, a textura. Eu acho que vai ser o futuro, né? A live commerce é o futuro da gente ter um site, a gente conseguir ver o produto na hora que a gente está consumindo aquele conteúdo. Às vezes você entra no site, você quer ver, mas como é a textura, como é que é a fragrância, e na live você fala, tem um cheiro de morango, tem um cheiro de laranja, então isso daí torna muito mais fácil para o consumidor adquirir aquilo que você quer.
I can also add that Mari is great at talking to the consumer, so she would call people by the name, and this makes people stay longer in the live and actually buy more. So little tricks that she does perfectly that work really well on getting this audience to be part of this conversation, to feel like they're part of a spontaneous talk, authentic talk, like she's authentic. So everything works perfectly when it's less show and more of a conversation that I want to be part of. So I interact more and I buy more. Hood, you bringing the perspective of main KPIs for a brand. What do you think are the main KPIs on a live commerce? What do you think you're the happier about that we did together, that we achieved?
Absolutely. As you mentioned, audience retention, I'd say that it was a main factor, main key performance indicator, because we were able to understand that the longer someone stays in your live, the more probability that they will actually purchase a product. And also, you mentioned audience engagement, and that was very important too, to understand what are they looking for. Can we implement a cross-selling strategy, upselling strategy? And that's what we understood along the way. We understood that we had to keep some incentives so that people actually experience the FOMO and some other strategies to eventually add to cart the full kit, and that's what we did. And the last one, I would say conversion. And using the platform was something extraordinary for us. We had a conversion rate of over 30%, and we eventually sold out the entire product stock in an hour and a half of live. So that was amazing.
Great. And what do you think in perspective of a brand that's digital, what made you choose live commerce, really bring it to your day-to-day basis?
Right. The first thing was understanding our objective. We had previous experiences with live events before, but for live events, we were mainly looking at conversion. And since other platforms allowed us to have a very wide reach, we thought at the first time we actually did the event, we chose to do it through a social media platform. The audience was great. We had over 100,000 people on live, but in the end, the conversion rate was not what we expected, because as you mentioned in your presentation, we had a lot of friction, meaning that people did not want to leave the event to actually do a purchase because they feared missing out on the content, or some other times they would actually go to the shopping cart and maybe experience, I don't know, some trouble or something and not come back to the live event where we could orient them. And when we decided to launch Mari Merrier Hair, we understood that our main objective was conversion. So we needed a platform where we would be able to do the live event and simultaneously the shopping experience. And with Mimo, we found exactly that, and it was great.
I think it's nice to mention that difference. When we talk about live commerce that was born in China, it's live stream and e-commerce in the same experience. And what they did was bringing this to their website. So they bring the consumers, they have, of course, very qualified consumers. If a brand doesn't have qualified consumers, you need to filter, of course, this base, and then bringing this consumer to the website. On the website, on the e-commerce, they can have data, metadata, behavior data. How many people are entering this live right now? Real-time data that Mari knew that people were clicking more on the leave-in, and she was talking about the shampoo, and she could change it, the conversation for the leave-in. So when they do it, they have more control of everything that's going on, and they can actually have some actions accordingly to what people are asking. In a live commerce experience, people stay the longest 5 minutes. And maybe we can think like, oh my God, 5 minutes is too few. No, 5 minutes is a lot. We're living in this very fast, ephemeral era, TikTokers, so swiping very fast, right, Mari? Yeah. So 5 minutes in a live is time enough for a consumer to enter, ask questions, and buy at the same time. Yeah. I think to summarize here, we're going to bring some data also on where we are on live commerce and where we're going to be on a couple of years. What we understand right now is that we have brands already doing less physical stores and more lives, because if we can have on a live shopping experience 10,000 people buy in 1 hour, 100,000 people buy in 1 hour. Maybe I'm going to do less physical and have some physical stores with spaces to do live streaming and interact. People at the salesperson in the store can do a live, so you just need a cell phone and internet. Mari has this amazing ability of talking to her community in a very spontaneous way, in a very genuine way. So this is what works the best, when you have the conversation authentically. We're also humanizing the way people are buying, shopping online, because when e-commerce you have the photo, you have the description, but you don't have a place to interact and ask questions right away. So people are buying through different kind of lives, and also I think it's nice to mention what it is KOL. KOL is Key Opinion Leader. This is huge in China, people that are living of selling through lives. They are living of being KOLs, like Austin Lee, Via, they're big KOL sellers. So this is what we are seeing as the future of live commerce nowadays. I think maybe Rudy and Mari, you'd like to add what you think are trending that you are seeing on e-commerce post-pandemic, with this post-pandemic growth?
Oh yeah, absolutely. During the pandemic, live events grew exponentially in Brazil. And also the shopping experience was in a way forced, as prior to the pandemic, people were, they had some reservations in doing online shopping. And during that time, consumer experience had to change, and they had to find a new means of actually continuing their shopping experience. And at the time, we grew over 600%. And it was amazing, because now it's a culture that's more dominant in Brazil now. Everyone, it advanced like exponentially in a couple of years. So we see that trend continuing to grow. And as users and technology become more available, these numbers will only increase, and that's our bet. We focus a lot on our e-commerce strategy, because there we can have a very detailed experience to a consumer, and we can control every aspect of that experience.
Great. Just summarizing, because our time is over. Thank you so much, Mari. It's crazy what Mari has of engagement also in Portugal. She could not walk on the street, so it's amazing what they have built together. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Well, building a tech startup in Europe can offer numerous opportunities, but it also comes with its own set of challenges. We have diverse regulatory landscape that we have to consider, access to funding and talent acquisition, and retention, just to name a few. On the good side, Europe also offers a large market size, cultural diversity, and government support for innovation. But is it enough to create more unicorn startups in the years to come? And where are the startup hotspots in Europe that founders are moving to these days? In our next session, we will hear the good, the bad, and the ugly of building a startup in Europe. Please welcome in conversation with journalist Tanya Koenig, Ricardo Marino, Vice President of European Investment Bank BEI, Ekaterina Malivska, who is the co-founder of Compass, and Silvio Kutic, the CEO of Infobip.
Bom dia, hello everyone, and welcome to this panel. Now I am joined by Ekaterina Malievskaya. Let's start with you. She's a physician, scientist, and entrepreneur, and co-founded Compass Pathways, a UK-based NASDAQ-listed company in the area of mental health. Then on my side, we see Silvio Kutic. He's a CEO and co-founder of Infobip, which is Croatia's first unicorn. Infobip is a leading global omni-channel platform with 70+ offices around the world. And last but not least, we heard it, we're joined by the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Ricardo Mourinho. So let's start with the good. Why did you set up in Europe? I mean, you were based in Europe, but what did you appreciate setting up a startup in Europe? Ekaterina.
Well, our company works in the area of mental health and neuroscience. So UK was just a natural base, other than we lived there. There is a incredible capacity and thriving neuroscience field in the UK. It's Cambridge, Oxford, and other universities, so that was fantastic. UK government is also very pro innovation, and as long as you're a pre-revenue company doing R&D, you get tax credits, R&D tax credits, which was very helpful for a startup.
Thank you very much, Silvio. I mean, Croatia is not known as the hotspot for startups. Nevertheless, why is Europe an attractive place to set up a startup?
Yeah, so like Europe, okay, so like I am from Europe. I'm from this place a small place in Croatia called Vodnjan, from a rural part on the seaside on the coast of Croatia. And Europe is like a very good, I would say, quality of life, very good interpersonal communication between people, healthcare system, quality of life in general is like different than other parts. I had the opportunity to visit 50, 60 countries as we've been opening all these countries all around the world. I was for more than 5 years traveling more than 11 months yearly. So I could compare, let's say, the different cultures. Okay, of course we are from here, that's why we like the most here, but it has a lot of advantages in, I would say, general healthcare system, educational system, lots of like highly educated workforce. Universities are primarily free, and this is not the case in other regions globally, let's say. So there are like, these are, I would say, the positive things. Mm-hmm. But more of everything is like the connection between people. It's not so much individualistic. Okay, and Europe is like not uniform, depending on which part of Europe. Of course, Croatia is very different than Netherlands, UK, or Sweden in many things. But it's like a very positive environment, I would say.
Good. What about your perspective, Ricardo? Why Europe?
I think I can give you 3 reasons for doing a startup in Europe. The first, Maria already mentioned, is the great human capital that we have in Europe. The universities, the research centers, the good networks, the connections, and the ability of these people to work together. We have in clean tech 2 times more patents than US and 4 times more patents than China. This shows very well the strengths of Europe. The second is because you have great institutions like the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund that put every year 7 billion euros in the VC ecosystem to mobilize more than 10 billion of investment in equity. And the last one is because we have Web Summit in Lisbon, and you have this wonderful gathering every year. So I think these are very strong reasons to set up your venture capital, your startup in Europe.
Absolutely. So you said a lot of innovation, a lot of patents here in Europe. Nevertheless, there is a funding gap compared to the US and Asia, but we will talk about that later on. Silvio, you completely skipped VC funding in the life cycle of Infobip, which is pretty crazy. So how did you do that?
So I started, this company was founded in 2006, but I was started, so like our mission is to democratize the future of digital interactions between businesses and people. So we are like working on this technology, enabling companies how to better interact, communicate with their users, with their end users. And I started working on the first projects in 2001, end of 2001, when I was still a student. So this is my internship project after 21 years, you know. And my first
successful one.
Yes, and my first real job. And but you know, for the next 5 years, I was working on many projects, and InfoBip as a project started the end of 2003. But this first virtual community for the small town from where I'm coming, okay, we launched that, but this project failed. My network, another project after that failed. The first InfoBip project failed, then we found another InfoBip project, it failed, then we found the third InfoBip project. And we became from this very complex system of communication, just an SMS API platform connecting the mobile operators all around the world. And this started to scale exponentially. And we never needed any external capital. So we've been scaling from first day very, very quickly. And we've been reinvesting everything what we've been operationally earning from the company. And I mean, it was very, very, very high growth. And we've been bootstrapping the company till 2020. In 2020, we've been 1,500 employees already, 60, 70 offices all around the world, and almost $1 billion in revenue. But we've been, let's say, present in all continents, in the top 3 companies in our business. But we needed to expand to the US. And then we raised the capital to do an acquisition in US, and that's how we expanded there.
We'll talk about that expansion to the US. Ekaterina, you've stepped down from your executive role, but will continue as a board member of Compass Pathways. How challenging was that to do that from your own company?
It wasn't challenging. It wasn't a hard decision. I think phenotypically I'm a startup person. I'm an entrepreneur, and I think the company grew so quickly. We are a public company now, so there are a lot of requirements, a lot of constraints, and so I really enjoyed the kind of agility of a startup. And also, I think for me as a co-founder, it was an interesting test to see if the company can go on its own. As a co-founder, I need to step back and let the company become, we attracted immensely talented people. Now they need to step up and make it their own and take it forward. And so it was great to see for me that the company can, become and progress to the new stage.
Great. So let's move a little bit to the ugly side. Talking about challenges that startups face here in Europe compared to the US. You also mentioned that you expanded to the US. So what challenges do European startups have when they want to expand? Is it trickier for them to get VC funding or private equity in the US as a European startup?
Yes, so we've been bootstrapping the company, so we just skipped this VC stage.
Yeah, but private equity or else.
Private equity, yeah. So,
or just talk about the challenges, compared US. And
yes, I can say in 2020 we hired Citi, this is an investment bank here from London, and so we've been already very sizable, one of the most successful companies in our industry, growing 40% year over year at 1 billion. It's very quick growth. So, and we had 32 investors in our round A that we ran at that time, and I think maybe 30 of those investors were American investors, and it was for many of them, they never invested in our region, so it was a little exotic for them.
So the Balkans?
The Balkans, yes, and a larger region. So these are the top, let's say, US funds that some of them, they have a presence through London, or some small team in London, or some are American funds. So we've been raising 300 million euros in our first round, and this was the only round that we raised. And, let's say, you receive also geographic discount on that, on the valuation. It's a little bit more, let's say, difficult. And I would say intellectual property, it's like they're looking how to, let's say, secure IP, which is like very different and on a lower level, you know, like than in US. So these are like, let's say, some of the main questions. And at that level, you know, it's like much easier, much more secure for them if we would move our like management to the US, and this was like for some of them a condition if we would like them to invest in us. However, you know, like after this 32, we had like few rounds, and in the last round we had the 4 very interested, and we managed to like find the right investor for us. But it would be much easier if we would be, let's say, based in the US than in Europe. Here, especially in our region there.
Okay, so a lot trick here. How would you see that, or how did you experience that, Ekaterina?
Well, we've never raised, at early stages, we've never raised money really from European VCs. For no particular reason. I think maybe American VCs were much more proactive, reaching out to us, very interested, very comfortable with risk and ambiguity. It was a, you know, strange new area. We work in psychedelics, so that was not necessarily well accepted back then. And then, when we went public, we were the first company working with psychedelic that we went straight to NASDAQ. And part of it was access to capital, and part of it was that we wanted to demonstrate an exceptional rigor and transparency because we're working with, you know, compounds that are currently considered scheduled. So, you know, I don't have huge amount of experience of working with European VCs, so I can't really comment on that.
Which is a shame, Ricardo. If we hear that, we heard so many innovations are coming out of Europe. So what is the European Investment Bank doing in, you know, helping these startups?
Well, the European Investment Bank group, funds and the bank are putting in place mechanisms to finance later stage venture capital funds. We put in place the European Tech Champion Initiative, so it's 3,700 million euros, sorry, to finance the VC late stage market. We expect to mobilize over the next year 10 billion euros for venture capital on late stage, such that the companies can have our support through whole development cycle, from the seed capital to later stage, and to decide or have the opportunity to decide to stay in Europe if they want to develop their business in Europe. I think this role is quite important. The amount of funds and the financing for equity is really important, but we need to improve the environment. We need to create a better environment for the IPOs. We need to create more liquidity in the market, and it cannot be only the public sector. You need to have a regulation that brings in life insurance and pension funds to invest small bits of their portfolios in the venture capital market, such that you get the deepness of the market and liquidity that you have in US. You cannot want to be US if you don't put in place the conditions to have the same advantage, the same incentives that you have in the United States. And then you need to have quite good and slim regulation. We don't need very large regulation. We need very good regulation. We need to be easier to create a firm, easier to finance, and easier even when things go wrong. And in venture capital, sometimes things go wrong. We need insolvency frameworks that are clear and that allow, as you said, that either we succeed or we learn. Because failing is learning what not to do for the next time. And in Europe, we need to have this passion for learning out of the experiences, and that's something that we need to instill in our younger generations and to boost the risk-taking. So I would say that this is a compound that we need to put in place. From the EIB side, we are the biggest supplier of venture debt that allows later stage firms to get funding without diluting the founders, keeping the incentives, and supporting firms to grow to the next stage and to scale up their production, scale up their dimension, and become more efficient. Without scaling up, will never get to the efficient that you see in US or in China or in other parts. And this is key for the European venture capital market and for startups and the innovation ecosystem to prosper.
Absolutely. So you know what needs to be done. You have a few initiatives, so focusing on scale-ups, which is very important. Are you working with the member states on actually, you mentioned what needs to be done to actually put it into place?
That's exactly what you're doing with this European Tech Champion initiative. This is a project by the bank, the Commission, and 5 member states, and others will join soon, to get together and pool a fund of almost 4 billion euros to invest in large-scale venture capital funds that may finance companies that are looking for rounds over and above 50 million. But we'll never do this alone. We'll do this by mobilizing the private sector, crowding in the private sector, such that out of this 4 billion euros, you can mobilize figures that go up to 10, 15 billion euros, bringing in private sector investors, providing a seal of excellence to these fund managers that will exceed these funds, and creating a new wave of later stage venture capital in Europe that will allow us to have a level playing field, and so that these companies can decide if they stay in Europe or if they go somewhere. American companies can decide to come here. We need to have an allocation of resources and an allocation of the companies depending on the structural features of the blocks or the countries, and not just because they are seeking finance wherever it's easier.
So we spoke about the good, we spoke about the bad, the challenges. Let's very quickly address the ugly. Why is Europe lagging behind the US when it comes to VC and startup fundraising? Maybe in one sentence.
We are behind because we don't have the same risk appetite, we don't have the same incentives, and we don't have the same type of players in the market. And again, I'll mention life insurance and pension funds, institutional investors that are similar to EIB because they have patience, they are investing for long, and they have amount of funds that allow to do risk sharing and to manage portfolios such that you appropriately manage risk.
Thank you very much. Now, just to close the round, what advice would you give to these, or if there are any early-stage startup founders in here, what advice would you give them, Silvio?
So, let's say, just quickly, if we compare US and Europe, and why US is like they have 4 or 5 times more unicorns than Europe. So it's like mindset, the main, and you need to be. Like, I failed in almost everything that I did. You need to be open on failure, learning quickly, and maybe Europeans need to be more open on failures and celebrate certain learnings from that.
Thank you very much. Ekaterina?
I would say take care of your mental health.
That was a good
Also
pitch. Otherwise, come to you. Ricardo?
Well, unleash your creativity, dare to succeed or to fail, and count on us to support you in the good, in the bad, and in the ugly times.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigada, Ricardo Mourinho, Ekaterina Malievskaya, and Silvio Kutic. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was great. Okay, well, in preparation for the pitch final, we've put together a panel of some of the best startup pitch doctors to share with us some of their do's and their don'ts of pitching. What's the worst thing you can do while pitching? That's a common question. What's the best? What hot tips can these experts pass on? Let's hope the finalists backstage are paying attention, because we have a really exciting lineup of very intriguing questions coming up for how to fix your shitty pitch. I love the name of this next session. Please welcome to the stage Brian Collins, the Chief Creative Officer of his self-named agency Collins, Christina Fonseca from Indico Capital Partners, and Mike Butcher from TechCrunch, as well as Web Summit's Rio co-host Laura Vicente.
So we did the unthinkable.
Now
now we have the winning formula.
We participated in the world's leading accelerators all across the world.
And we're currently the only company doing this.
We're entering the market first, and that's why I believe we can.
Not all startups will succeed.
We're looking at 80 million revenue.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Boa tarde? É bom dia ou é boa tarde? Hello, everybody.
It depends on the time zone.
Yeah, right? If you had lunch, it's after boa tarde, and if you hadn't yet, it's bom dia, I guess. Or I'm just making this up. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. Such a pleasure to sit on the stage with you guys. And I think I'm just going to get right onto it. What does a truly shitty pitch look like? Like when you're hearing it, what is it? How does it feel? What are the biggest mistakes you have seen?
One of the oddest pitches I ever had, I was in Romania about 15 years ago, and our guy stood up and he said, "I've sold my house to fund this startup," and then gave one of the worst pitches I've ever seen. And we had to break it to him that he'd sold his house in vain. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't sell your house just to pitch, okay?
Or if you do, don't introduce it with you because the pitch is bad. You have two things not going on for you.
Exactly.
Look, to me, the worst pitch I can get is people telling me, I'm going to change the world, I'm the best, but then you don't show me any proof that you're doing it right or that you're moving in the right direction. So just to give you a sense, at Indico, which is a fund I'm a partner with here in Lisbon, we have invested 61 million over the last 5 years in 41 companies, but we have seen 4,000. So it's less than 1%. Like, if you want to stand out, you'd better show me some proof, because it's the only way I will get convinced.
Absolutely, and we will get back to that in a few. Ryan?
Most of them are terrible.
Let's just start from that.
Let's just start. Most of them are terrible. Most of them are terrible not because they want to be terrible, but because they don't know how to tell a story. So the people I love to work with the most are product engineers and people who know how to build a product, because they know that the thing has to work. They know how to make it operate. They know how to make it function. But the people often know how to make a product work and make it viable are not necessarily those people who know how to tell a story about it. So what ends up happening is the engineers, the product designers, end up selling what they made instead of selling what people are looking for. So you need two things. You need the pragmatism of this is the product, this is the market, this is how it's going to work, this is why we think it's going to work, and then you have to find what's the benefit? How is this going to work? How is this going to unfold in the larger trends of the culture, which is why. Not just how are you going to do it, but why is this important? So you need to be able to tell a why part of the equation, and that's storytelling. And if you can't tell a good story, if you don't know how to do that, that's fine. Go and find someone who knows how to tell a good story and practice telling a really good story that invites people in. People are not buying speeds and feeds. No one is interested in your technology.
Well, I think TechCrunch is interested in your technology, to be honest with you. But the other thing
I think...
This is the
part of the panel where someone becomes contrarian. Go ahead.
But I would add to that, and Brian's absolutely on the money, but I would also add to that if you're an entrepreneur, 50% of your job is communication. Because, as Christina said, if you are trying to change the world, you have to communicate that. So learning how to communicate is extremely important for entrepreneurship.
Well, let me build on that, saying I would build on what Mike had said, is they're interested in the benefits of your technology. What does it do for me? How does it work? They're not interested in the tech. They're interested in the consequences of the tech.
But what about the other way around? If you have somebody who is a great storyteller, somebody who will just blow your mind out of their ideas and their pitches, but then when you look at the business, it's just,
You need to solve that, right? That's why just telling a good story, it's also not enough. But for sure, I completely agree. You need to be able to tell a good story,
but the story needs to be about a problem that someone will pay for you to solve. Otherwise, you don't have a business.
Perfect.
Otherwise, you become one drop of blood.
Yeah. And how do you suggest to structure a pitch? Like, what do you think should come first? How does a person get your attention into being brought into this huge story on how to change the world?
Mm-hmm. So in my case, we usually run these regular office hours with new companies, and we give them like half an hour. So we take these 30 minutes slots, and I like to cover a little bit of everything, like what's the problem you're solving, what's your solution and why you're doing that, where are you in the process, how do you compare with other solutions that exist out there, how can we help, which usually is fundraising, but sometimes it's not. And look, investors are fast learners, so I think in the first interaction, try to give a little bit of an overview of all of the pieces of the puzzle, and then the investor can decide to go deep. Sometimes founders try to go deep on an aspect they are really passionate about, and then they lose a lot of time, and then they lose the opportunity of the investor to ask questions. To me, another very important point is sometimes, I mean, if you're doing it right and you're solving a real problem, there's more companies trying to solve the same problem. Maybe in a completely different way. Maybe you're going to be the one that are going to succeed and go big, but help the investors get conviction on your business, because we tend to let's say I receive a pitch on a company that's doing marketing segmentation. I'm immediately going to put that in a bucket of companies and say, the market is too hard, the tech is probably not differentiated, so we'll put your idea in buckets, and it's going to be very unfair for you. So try to tell us why you're different, and touch on the points that are a little bit less clear, like competition. Yeah. Be very clear. Look, if I'm getting lots of questions on competition, I'm going to put it up front to show these investors that, I know what I'm doing. I'm just not doing a random thing.
I think the other, to build on what Christina said, the other thing that you really should emphasize is who you are. Your team and the founders and the team are really the biggest differentiator that you've got if you are entering a market that maybe already have other existing solutions. Who you are is incredibly important, because often, there's a phrase often used by investors, which is, we invest in the A team that has hopefully the A plan or the B plan, rather than the team with the B plan, because in order to pivot, you've got to have the A team. The team A is going to be able to change the plan. So that's incredibly important. Who you are, your experience, that's one of your biggest differentiators.
What do you wish that more startups would leave out of their pitches? You don't need to talk about this, or just let's not go there. Time is money. Tap, tap.
I've been enjoying her perspective. I'd like to hear yours first.
Look, go very, very deep on topics. At first, it's a good practice to give an overview of everything, and then the investor will tell you the topics he wants to get it a little bit more deep into. I think to build on what Mike was saying, investors see a lot of companies. We know, right? We've seen lots of pitches take feedback seriously. Sometimes founders are too centered in their idea, their pitch, and so on, and they try to have everything figured out. But you're not supposed to have everything figured out. When you don't know something, just say, look, I don't know. The easiest way to impress me is I ask you a question, you don't know an answer. Or there's a topic, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Maybe the answer is no. But if 3 weeks, a month, or 2 months later, you come back to me and you have an answer to my questions, you were able to go out, iterate, try to learn more, I'm going to be impressed. That's the easiest way to impress me. So listen to what the investors are asking you, their questions, their doubts, it's okay to say, I don't know, but I'll figure it out. And if you come back with a solution for that, you're going to be in good.
And it's much better to say, I don't know the answer, I'll come back to you, than to come up with, frankly, a bullshit answer.
Oh, yes.
That is just rubbish and is easily knocked down by the investor.
Our bullshit detector gets better at every pitch we hear, so.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that you know when they're doing it. Also, more importantly, you know when you're doing it. So I couldn't agree more. Just say, I don't know. Let me find that answer out for you.
That's very good. Any tips on tone, energy? Like, have you ever had a pitch that was like, whoa, calm down, it's 7:30 in the morning, let's just start easy? Or too big, too low?
You've got sort of different pitches, haven't you? Because there's a sort of a pitch culture. You've got the elevator pitch, you've got the slightly longer pitch, you've got the pitch on stage at Web Summit or at TechCrunch Disrupt. You've got the investor room meeting, boardroom pitch. So obviously, if you're in the boardroom, you're going to dial it down a little bit more. You're not going to be crazy. I think there is a kind of an advantage in making it a bit memorable. There was a fashion a few years ago of on-stage pitches at conferences where somebody would kind of come up and like throw a custard pie in their face or something like that, and it would sort of make you remember the startup a little bit. But obviously, if you're in front of investors in a boardroom, then
custard pies don't work.
That custard pies, probably leave those at home.
But I would say the thing that's important to remember is the difference between the two kinds of stories you have to tell. You have to tell a story about something that's viable, of all the discipline. This is how it's going to work. This is what we're aiming to accomplish strategically, logically, all the things that would occupy the left-hand side of your brain. The engineering, the product, who you're talking to, all the money that this is going to require. Yet the other part of it has to be the story part that makes it interesting and makes it exciting. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab something. You continue the conversation. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Okay, everybody please stay.
Okay.
Oh my God.
This is going to be interesting.
I'm curious to see what's going to come back from this. But it is a lot about feeling the room, right? It is a lot about feeling where you're at, and why does Brian have a fire extinguisher?
Right. We can have a demonstration of something. I think I know what this is. Right.
What is this? Can someone tell me what that is? What? No, it's not chocolate. Stop that. What is this? Can someone tell me what that is? Now talk to me about what this is if you're an engineer. An engineer would call this the portable foam dispersal mechanism. That's the engineering. That's important. What this actually is a fire extinguisher. There are two stories you're telling all the time. The engineering, the practical story, but if you don't tell the real story, fire extinguisher, then people won't get it. So I think you can't, if you're in the middle of a fire, you don't say, go get the portable foam dispersal mechanism. You go and you get the fire extinguisher. So those are the stories in my mind in pitch, when I've ever seen them, they're telling two stories. They tell the benefit and they tell the pragmatism.
Very good point.
If anybody would come out on stage.
Was that okay?
Yes, it was perfect.
No chocolate.
No chocolate. So today for our pitch finals, if somebody would come up with a fire extinguisher and just maybe blow it up in the air, who knows? Maybe the fire extinguishers are the next pies.
There's nothing wrong with the prop. I mean, I've seen hardware pitches where the person has, they're pitching a hardware startup, and then I ask, so where's the hardware? And they say, oh, I don't have it with me. I'm like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Do you have a prototype or whatever? I think the other thing, it's 2023, right? So the last 15 years have been quite a big bull run. investors are now looking for other kinds of things, such as path to profitability, because we're looking at a different kind of scenario that compared to the last few years. Can you start growing revenues in sooner? And you know, one of my phrases that I think is going to be coming out of the end of this year is "stay alive till 25." Which is not great, not super exciting, is it? So you've got to look at a business model, get product market fit much earlier than compared to the last few years.
Back to basics. Make sure you have a clear business model, and to build on what you mentioned, if I like a company, at the end of the pitch, I always ask for the product. Like, okay, like you have an amazing product. Like, can I play with it? So be ready to give that to your investors, and maybe introduce like 1 or 2 customers they can talk to, because that can really make a difference in them building conviction and backing your company.
Perfect.
So be ready. It's not about telling the story only. It's about showing it.
And I suppose, I mean, as a journalist on the panel, perhaps it's worth mentioning that when you're pitching to investors and versus pitching to journalists, your pitch to journalists is often a little bit different, right? You're not raising money from the journalists. You're trying to as Brian pointed out, you're trying to tell a story. That's incredibly important. What's the product problem you're solving? So many entrepreneurs start with a product rather than as I want to know the problem you're solving. And journalists also want to know, who are you competing against? Who are you going up against? If you're going up against, you know, Google, and you say you're the new Google, the journalist is going to go, ha, 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 yeah, good luck. If you're going up against, you know, 1 or 2 competitors in a market that's clearly defined, you could tell the story about that. That's going to really help them write that story about your company or put you into context with other companies in that sector. So remember who you're talking to when you're pitching.
Perfect. Our time is almost up. I would like to know briefly about a pitch that you guys heard that was good, that was like something that stood out and that made you remember and look to this pitch as a good pitch.
We're involved with a startup called Sway. It's a remarkable startup that won the Tom Ford Prize for Sustainability. It's a graduate student of ours who has created a alternative to single-use plastics using seaweed and kelp. It's incredible. What her pitch was so compelling, and pitches that I've seen that we've supported have been compelling, is people have a fundamental belief that this thing needs to exist. And it comes out of a personal desire and a personal observation. So she grew up by the sea. So in her pitch, she's pictures of her growing up with kelp and growing up, how she discovered as a child why this material is so resilient and why it's so extraordinary. And she had us at pictures of her when she was playing in the California seashore when she's 5 and 6 years old. She said, let me tell you about seaweed, and let me tell you why it's incredible and why it's going to replace plastic. We were hooked. So sometimes if you find something that's deeply personal to you, why this thing needs to exist, no matter what your story is, people will hear it. And so for me, that is very powerful, that there's a fundamental belief that whatever you're making needs to be in the world.
Very good.
Not sure I have one story to highlight. See, this is me saying, look, I don't know. Like, I see so many pitches. But at Indico, we have, as I mentioned, we have backed 41 companies, mostly in the B2B SaaS space. So I'm a boring person. Like, I like when I see a hard problem, like being solved with a product that looks beautiful and has like very simple UI UX. So those are my favorite pitches. Like, my last point to the audience would be, not every investor is the same. So also pay attention to that. I think like startups try to like pitch left and right in order to like get a term sheet or get someone that's able to listen to them. Like, do also a little bit of homework and try to understand who you're pitching to and who are the investors that can really help you. In our case, we deployed 61 million, but our companies went on to raise 1.8 billion. And that's investors. So we are an investor that really works for the companies we back. So do your homework and take note that not all investors are the same. Not all money is the same.
Perfect.
I've seen so many pitches, and I will say, and it sounds, unfortunately, we're in Europe, but I will say that North Americans are exceptionally good at pitching because they really do practice. Everyone, practice your pitch. Please, please, please. Unfortunately, I'm subjected to many English and British pitches where I say, so, tell me about the product. What's it doing? What's the problem you're solving? I say, yes, well, it's nearly ready. There's a couple of problems. We're just in the middle of solving them. We think we can just about do it. But anyway, the problem's not that important. It's more like about the product, you see. And I'm like, man, get to the point. For heaven's sake, please, give me a break. I don't know. I apologize for my countrymen.
I got anxious just to hear that and to imagine myself in that situation. Like
it hurts. Like it hurts.
Yeah.
And it is like that. Like sometimes it would take you so long and such hard work just to get to that moment of pitch, and then to get there and not be prepared and not be rehearsed. It's just painful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Christina. Thank you,
Is
Brian.
this the part where I put the foam on the audience?
Yes, let's just throw it on everybody. Just please be careful with the equipment because it's very expensive.
I was hoping for some T-shirts.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's give it up for them.
Thank you.
All right, and now the moment you've been waiting for. It's the pitch finalists of the greatest startup competition in the world, if we do say so ourselves, that takes to center stage, and they're going to battle it out for the title of the 2023 Pitch Champion. Please welcome Web Summit's very own Casey Lau.
All right. How's everybody doing out there? Filling it up? Right. Awesome. All right. So who is going to be crowned Web Summit 2023's Pitch Champion? That's what we're going to find out here today. And it's time to take the greatest startup competition in the world to center stage once again. Our finalists will pitch on this stage one last time for a chance to take home our pitch trophy. Over the past 2 days, 105 of the most exciting startups here at Web Summit have pitched their hearts out, first on our 3 pitch stages, and then here on center stage in our semifinals yesterday. Now, as you all know, 3 remain. Each startup will pitch for 3 minutes, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with our judging panel. And the winner will be announced here at 3:55 p.m. today. Playing a huge role in deciding who the winner will be is our panel of top-level judges. So judges, come on out. Cristina Fonseca, Juan Pablo Ortega, and Rebecca Parsons. You should have just stayed out here. You didn't need to go back to stage and come back out again. All right. Thank you so much for being with us for this big moment. But we have 4 judges today. 3 of them are here on stage, and the other one is you, the audience. You guys are going to be the 4th judge, which means that you can vote for your favorite startup via the Web Summit mobile app using Slido. So your votes will actually count for 25% of the final total vote. So make sure that you do it. And then we'll show the thing on screen. After the 3 pitches, you can vote by clicking on your profile in the top left corner of your screen. From there, you'll see an option called Pitch Final, which is where you will submit your vote at the end of this session. Voting will open after the last pitcher leaves the stage and will remain open for only 15 minutes afterwards. If you want to have your say on who the winner is, please get involved. All right? Now that you know all the rules, let's kick off the finals. We have 3 amazing startups waiting for you backstage and show you what they've got. First up is Inspira, which is reshaping the legal industry with advanced AI technology. Please welcome to the stage Enrique Ferreira.
Hi, how are you doing? Hello everyone. My name is Henrique, and I'm one of the co-founders at Inspira. Our mission is to reinvent the Brazilian legal industry and democratize access to legal information. When I say we come from Brazil, what comes up to your mind? Yeah, we're 5-time world champions in football, but that's not the whole story. We're #1 in number of lawyers, so we have over 1.5 million lawyers today, and this number just grows. We have over 100 million legal claims under trial. And we spend over 1.5% of our GDP in our judiciary system just to sustain it. Among those lawyers, 75% of them admit working outside business hours because they're overwhelmed. They spend on average 20 hours a week on administrative tasks, such as legal research, document drafting, and reviewing. A recent study published by Goldman Sachs has ranked legal second worldwide for highest potential for automation. And that's exactly the gap that Inspira is attacking. So we built a trustworthy co-pilot for lawyers. So in 2022, we focused on the legal research engine and knowledge management system. This year, we've experimented and improved our model with GenAI. And in 2024, we're going to scale our model. So the automatable tasks previously performed by lawyers are now going to be performed by the co-pilot, allowing lawyers to be 10 times more effective. And this is exactly what our roadmap shows. So we start as a co-pilot for lawyers, and with the technology available to GenAI, we're going to outsource that service to corporations, so we can then benefit from that as well. We've created a very unique ecosystem in Brazil. So our market of choice is the B2B segment. So the 75% biggest law firms and 40% of the biggest banks are already our clients. So we've grown 145% in the last year. So our revenue by the end of the year is going to be 2 million, 5 million by 2024, and 15 million by 2025. So a few KPIs, we have over 100 clients today. Our NPS is at 91, and we have over 4,000 users active in our platform. Everything I've said results into this: over 800,000 hours saved for our users. That literally means 1 month of any single user lifetime recovered. We've put together an amazing team among lawyers, data scientists, engineers to create Inspira and make it grow. We're actively seeking a $2 million seed round to help us build Latam's first legal unicorn. My name is Henrique. Thank you very much.
All right. Judges, questions?
So thank you so much, Henrique.
Yeah.
There's something I want to confirm. The ARR number is in reais and
exactly.
Not... Okay,
exactly.
got it. Because you're a smart person. You're raising USDs, but then you report in reais.
Yeah.
And then another question I have is, how are you driving adoption of your technology? It seems that you built like a new editor versus integrating with the tools lawyers already use. Can you tell us a little bit more about like how the go-to-market strategy and driving adoption?
Yes, of course. So our go-to-market strategy started within teams in every law firms and in companies, right? So we started as a legal research tool, and what we're doing is with GenAI, automating as many tasks as we can throughout the workflow, so they can have a whole all-in-one experience to get that information, process the legal information, and then advise better to their clients or in-house purposes. Yeah, and then what we're doing is we have strategic partnerships, for example, with Microsoft and Google, and we're using part of their technology, in that sense, GPT-4, to train within our own data set. So what we do is collect the legal, the public available information, basically the legal rulings, put within our own data set, and then train that model in there. So in that way, we avoid hallucinations and any impreciseness in that sense.
Okay. But just to make it very clear, your customers have to work on your platform. They don't do their things on like Microsoft Word, for example?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's a separate thing. Yeah, exactly. So we see that the market is going towards that direction, especially with Microsoft Copilot, for example, and that's not where we're going. This is too generic. We're going straight to the point, to the legal deficiency in the quality of information generated within law firms and corporations. Yeah.
I have a quick question. So with all the new LLMs, it's going to be really easy for any competitor to come and start competing with you.
Yeah.
How are you going to maintain your competitive edge?
Yeah. So first thing is the data set is very particular, right? So we have over 30 million legal decisions in our database. So what does that do is it avoids and retains a little bit of the competition to get towards where we are. So that in itself is a barrier. And for us, the key aspect here is the quality of the information. So we don't believe law firms in Brazil will have the capability to develop their own system, their own model, and train within their own database. It's not the core business of the law firm, right? So that we're pretty confident that's not going to be the way they're going.
And are these law firms okay with you training a model between these different companies? Or like, in a way, you're training a model that is going to be used by your competitor. How are you dealing with kind of this issue?
Yeah, so the model is trained on the data itself that we have in our cloud, right? So the law firms are going to be using that. So in this particular time in our roadmap, they're not going to be able to access. We're not going to be able to access their own database. Eventually, in our roadmap, we'll try to do some sort of training the model in their own data set. But then, obviously, each one of these workspaces, as we call, is going to be individual to each one of the companies.
Okay, thank you.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Yes. So how important is it that this is just in the Brazilian market, or do you think those ideas can be expanded, and what would be your criteria for geographic expansion?
Great question. So for us, the Brazilian market is big enough to this particular first time of the industry. But of course, we can look to international expansion. We have some strong cases, not in the legal market or ecosystem, but startups that have grown towards Colombia or Argentina or Mexico in the LATAM universe. Where else we could go also? Enter Europe, and then Portugal, for example, for us would be a probable first window.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Excellent. Round of applause for Inspira.
Thank you.
All right. Our second finalist is called Kinderpedia, and they are helping schools save time and focus on what's important with its smart school management tool. Let's hear it for Evelina.
I'm pretty sure that many of you in the room today are parents, right? And I'm also sure that more than once you've asked your children how their day has been in school or kindergarten, and the answer you got was, fine. Well, research shows that the way we support our children with their education is crucial not only to their success in school, but also in life. I am Evelina, one of the co-founders of Kinderpedia, and our team built the complete communication and management solution for schools and childcare centers, recognized across the world for innovation and social impact. Our all-in-one digital tool reduces teachers' administration time by 6 to 9 hours a week. It dramatically improves parent engagement in education, and it builds trust between teachers and families. Also, it gives school management a 100% line of sight over all activities and communication. Kinderpedia is scalable. It is cloud-based, multi-language, and multi-currency. The solution is available on the web as well as through native mobile apps for both school and family. We monetize through a subscription model paid by the school. There are more than 500 paying institutions on Kinderpedia today, and our annual recurring revenue exceeds 1 million euros. Let me show you how it works, the fire extinguisher. Teachers bring their entire classes on Kinderpedia, invite students and parents. They create their classes schedule once per semester and set the recurrence. Then from their mobile device, they take attendance, grade students, schedule assignments, even correct them on their smartphones. When needed, any class turns into a video conference. For younger students, Kinderpedia allows educators to share updates with families with just a few taps. Parents are constantly connected to their children's activity in school or kindergarten, and they never miss anything important. Personalized reports give school managers a complete perspective over their institution at any time. On Kinderpedia, schools issue invoices for tuition fees automatically. Parents receive them and can pay them from their mobile devices. Our student progress tracking module allows teachers to make observations about students' development from their devices and then assess it according to their own curriculum and make personalized lesson plans for each student. What makes Kinderpedia special is the fact that it is an all-in-one solution, that it has multiple yet tailored functionalities, superior user experience on web and mobile, permanent customer support, and assisted onboarding for each school. However, we truly differentiate through the amazing feedback that we get from our users about how we shape their day-to-day activity. So looking forward, we are seeking funding in order to strengthen our presence in Europe and the Middle East. So we have the great product. Join us in bringing it to every school.
All right, judges, you have 3 minutes for questions.
How are you protecting the privacy of the students in particular?
We protect the privacy through different layers. On one hand, the solution is cloud-based, and we have very strict protocols when it comes to the way data is stored within those silos. On the other hand, through the way that we assist our schools in defining their users. At a school level, they can define different users. A teacher can only get access to the information from the students in their class. On the other side, a parent only sees the information related to their children. A manager, however, could see more of the information around the school, and an accountant, for example, for the school financial management, would get access exclusively to the financial data. So it's built into the product as well as into the SaaS technology behind it, and cloud technology behind it.
I have a question. What is the business model? Do you only charge the school, or is there also some things that the parents can buy?
Our model is to charge the school. While we offer value to the students, to the teachers, to the school managers, and to the parents, we believe that the one that is the key stakeholder in driving this value is the school. So we are primarily in contact with them in building this value for the entire community.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your competition? And then I'm also curious about your success in public versus private schools.
Okay. Our competition is quite atomized across the world. Kinderpedia is today present in Central Eastern Europe. We are present also in the Middle East. We have a cluster of schools over there, and we also have a cluster of schools over here in Portugal. What we generally see is that when we go into a school, we replace 3 or up to 5 or 7 different tools that they are using and which we are integrating in one single tool. So yes, there are solutions for kindergarten, there are solutions which take care of parent feedback for school, there are solutions which primarily take care of student development and tracking that development, but what our users are telling us and what we get as a feedback is that there is not one that integrates all their needs such as Kinderpedia does today.
Great. All right, round of applause for Kinderpedia. Thanks, Evelina. All right. The final startup at Pitch Finals is Cognimate, a company that uses cognitive games and cutting-edge hardware to improve patient rehabilitation outcomes. Please put your hands together for our final pitcher of the day, Dimitri.
Do you remember the joy of holding morning coffee cup? But what if I say 25% of you won't be able to do it sometime soon? According to the World Health Organization, every 4th person suffers a stroke in a lifetime. And the harsh reality is most of these people do not recover. Take our friend Diana, who is a founder of Stroke Survivors Union here in Portugal. With all her deep knowledge about stroke recovery, She can barely use her hand years after stroke. The rehab system is flawed. It's expensive. It's limited, often leaving patients feeling abandoned when they need support the most. And with all the depression and lack of self-discipline, they do nothing at home and do not recover. But it can be changed, and we found a solution. We understood that the key to success here is igniting patient will to recover, to motivate him. And we transformed these long, depressing months of recovery into fun games. And we designed this piece of hardware to help patients do everything on their own without the need of expensive clinician nearby. And it worked extremely well. We are much, much more efficient compared to conventional therapy on many clinical trials worldwide. And for clinics, it's also a game changer. Many therapists can now save labor costs. They can serve 8 patients at a time, not just 1, with much higher efficiency. And they liked it so much, so they started using it not only for strokes, but for many disorders like Alzheimer, Parkinson's, cerebral palsy kids, general traumas. And step by step, we are scaling to a much wider market. Time to market is also great right now. With all the new policies introduced in the United States and other countries, clinics can significantly boost their revenue by introducing such services as biological feedback or remote monitoring. That's exactly what we provide them. We are not the only one to understand that this market is being disrupted right now. Many companies are rushing here, but most of them are focused on gross motor skills. Yeah, I can restore my arms, but I still cannot hold this cup. And that's the difference that we make. With a team of 18 professionals and 100 years of combined experience in healthcare, software, hardware, game development, we built a strong product. We already changed 5,000 lives better. And now we additionally fundraise to enter the US market. So join us at Cognimate. Everyone can help. Some of you have fellow therapists. Some of you have friends who suffered stroke. Please share our message. Let's make real impact, and let's disrupt rehabilitation together and make these wonderful coffee moments available for everyone. Thank you.
What is your go-to-market strategy? Are you going to focus on going to the clinics, or are you going to the consumer?
Good question. We already are sitting in 120 clinics, but that's like an entry point for us to get leaders of opinion. But our long-term strategy is B2C. We already have some patients who are being treated at home remotely without clinicians, but for now we are mostly selling B2B.
And one more really quick, are you able to basically create the product massively? Like, can you create hundreds of thousands of the devices, or how are you going to scale the production of the device?
That's a good question. We have a huge experience in hardware, and we understand everything depends on quantity of production. And we already produce hundreds of units. We understand how to produce thousands of units. It's a scalable process. We have experience in that.
Great.
And also, just to expand your question, this is just a tool to the market. We also have trials for software-only products. And this is a huge area. This is an entry point because it solves exact thing. But software is much, much more huge. And we also do it.
Okay.
To clarify that last comment, so you have solutions that do not require the hardware, that are still rehabilitative in nature?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you have products that are not, that do not involve hardware?
Yes, we have a few trials involving VR games, involving just games without hardware. With hardware, it's the best efficiency because there's so-called concept of biofeedback when we provide vibration to models. It's more effective, but we understand that we can make much more disruption if we do software only too. Yeah.
But it's still focused on the hands?
We mostly focus on fine motor skills because it's a very underserved area, very underserved.
Thank you.
Can you tell us more about your business model and revenue numbers?
Okay, to be honest, we are much on early stage compared to startups. We just tested on a local market and generated $300,000 revenue. Our long-term strategy is B2C. We're now connected to marketing agency to start selling it in US because we just got FDA certification, everything ready for this. So to be honest, for clinics, it goes very smoothly because we just give it for trial. And 97% of therapists just buy it directly because it's actually helps them. So that's it.
But how does the pricing work? How much, like, what do you charge for?
Okay, good question.
And how much?
For clinics, we charge, I say, a lot. But for people, it's very, 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 very affordable because we charge on this monthly subscription of 200 USD, while 1 hour of therapist costs from 50 to 150 USD. So like just 2 hours.
And is there a way insurance companies can reimburse you that cost?
Yes, that's a good question. We have CPT codes for reimbursement in the United States, and we are like in the flow because government now supports exactly what we do, remote services. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Dimitri. Thanks, Cognimate. Keep it going. Keep it going. Let's give a warm applause for all 3 pitch startups today. All right. So remember, now it's time for you to have your say on who you think should be crowned Web Summit's Pitch Champion. Polls will now open for 15 minutes, so make sure to cast your vote. There's the app. There's the button how to find it. Let's talk quickly to the judges. What did you guys think of what you saw today, in general terms? Dina.
Look, I was here before giving a couple of tips on how to pitch. I think they did an amazing job. It's very hard to do these in 3 minutes, and it's going to be a tough deliberation.
Okay, great. Juan Pablo?
It's pretty cool how you have 3 different companies disrupting 3 different areas, all of them super useful. So they did a really good job explaining really complex ideas, and I like them all.
You like them all?
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
Rebecca?
Yeah, I think the breadth of the ideas, and I thought they must have been paying attention to your session earlier because they really motivated the problem. And it's like, we know exactly what it is you're trying to go after and why. And I think that made for quite compelling pitches.
Great. All right, so now the judges' scores will be collected and counted, as will you, the audience Slido, vote. The winner of pitch will be announced here on center stage at 3:55 p.m. Be sure to stick around for the big reveal. We'll see you all later. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
Please welcome to the stage, host of Globo's multi-show and Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Welcome back. Jax Jones has produced some of the best music in the past 10 years, working with Martin Solveig, Duke Dumont, Rain, Demi Lovato, amongst others, and winning Grammy Awards and Brit Awards for his music. Earlier this year, SoundCloud teamed up with Jones's own label, You Good, to discover, nurture, and invest in emerging electronic music artists featured on the platform internationally. To explore their visionary approach in amplifying emerging artists globally, providing a platform for growth, mentorship, and industry integration, please welcome in conversation with Rob Levine from Billboard, Elias Sutton, CEO of SoundCloud, and Jax Jones, founder, musician, and record producer at You Good.
What's up? Smooth chuckle.
So, thank you very much. I'm Robert Levine, Deputy Editor of Billboard, and with me is Jax Jones, who, in addition to his other accomplishments, also has the strongest hat game here, maybe anywhere, and Elias Seaton, who's the CEO of SoundCloud.
Second best hat on stage.
It's an amazing story behind that hat, though. I love it. You can ask him afterwards, yeah.
So, as we start, tell us a bit about SoundCloud and how you got here.
Sure. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for hosting us. Jax, thank you for making the trip from London. Big thank you to Web Summit for having us. It's been incredible. My first Web Summit, and hope not last, an incredible experience so far. Obviously, just before we jump into SoundCloud, would be remiss if we just didn't acknowledge the state of the world. It's hard to be up here without mentioning that. And personally, just as a Jewish person, I just would be remiss if I didn't condemn the hate speech, rising forms of anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate speech that are such a tragedy and distraction for all of us. So wanted to at least give those words to start. But that's not why we're here, and grateful to talk about SoundCloud and the incredible artist here, Jax Jones, and his team, and what we're doing together. I came from major label system, Warner Music Group, one of the 3 major labels, over a dozen years, and joined SoundCloud 2 years ago. 6 months ago, I took over as CEO. You probably have all heard of SoundCloud, but you may have a different sense of where SoundCloud fits in the music ecosystem. When SoundCloud was founded, the founders were trying to bring artists and fans together directly, and that was 16 years ago, and the same year that Spotify was founded as well. The whole history is such a roller coaster, but today that business is a two-sided marketplace where we bring hundreds of millions of fans to the platform to discover what's next in music, find the next DJ set, find the next hip-hop artist, and millions of creators to the platform for products, tools, and services to begin their journey, find their fans, develop their fan base. And that flywheel, that network effect of fans and artists coming together directly on our platform is an opportunity for us to do music discovery and talent identification in a way that's unique in the world. And in that context, we've had the opportunity to strike a few very innovative partnerships with the most innovative, creative minds in music to find talent, the next great talents that will be in your headphones before long, and to market and promote those talents on our platform. And that's the nature of our deal with Jax. and Woogood and his team.
So tell me a bit, you've been an artist for a while, how did you get to the point where you formed Woogood to find new talent and also expand your own career?
I think when I meet new artists, it always reminds me of my origin story, which we can all relate to. We all have a beginning. And I'd go back to a moment, we talked about my Grammy nomination there was a song that I made at a point in my life where I was living off £1 chicken and chips. Anyone from London will know what that means. And I had to make something for myself to try and progress my life. My parents, I wasn't living at home anymore. They'd kicked me out because of music, and I needed a song to change my life. And I made I Got You on my 25th birthday, and that went on to get nominated for a Grammy. And when I think of that moment and I think about the artists that I interact with via the SoundCloud platform that are on that journey, yeah, that's the clip of the track.
You've all danced to this in a club.
Yeah. You might not remember. Thank you so much, guys. Slightly premature, but we're good. Yeah, thank you. So for me, it means a lot to meet new artists and harness new talent, which they would have been at that point in their career, and being able to facilitate that, which led me to set up Woogood and led me to this partnership with SoundCloud, which they're artist-led and fan-first, and that resonates with all the sentiment that I just mentioned.
So tell me a bit about what that partnership is. You know, other artists can enter the Woogood, so to say, like as one does.
Enter the Woo.
Enter the Woo. How does that work? And Elia, how does that fit into SoundCloud's overall strategy?
Sure, I can give kind of a minute of context around what that sort of partnership looks like and how it's different. You know, there was a time, for those not familiar, most of commercial music history lived with rights holders and content owners, effectively major labels. They had a stranglehold on distribution. They controlled financing, so money for artists to make records, and marketing and promotion. And technology's obviously turned that upside down. And we're trying to use our platform to partner with other independent-minded folks to find the next great talent. So, you know, we've got a platform of millions and millions of creators who are finding their day one at SoundCloud, uploading their music for the first time, beginning to find their fans, engage their fan base, and take that journey. What we want to do is give more choices to artists along the way, so that when they ultimately do decide a major label's a home for them, or some other services partner is a home for them, that they're doing it on their terms, that they can keep, you know, owning their rights and defining the terms on which they enter into a deal like that. And sadly, that's been an innovation in music. Doing that with Woogood means looking at our platform to find what's next in music, the next great talents. No better mind to do that in his genre than Jax Jones. And then to sign that talent together in the joint venture and market and promote it, not just on the SoundCloud platform, but on all platforms around the world.
Tell me how that's working. Like, what advantages does it give you, especially in terms of, you know, reaching an audience, a very specific audience?
Yeah, I think the best way to illustrate that is with a case study. And what I love about our partnership is there's things that I would have done at the beginning that I'll do differently now, and I've experienced a lot of things. So I'm able to work with the talent that we're meeting and give them the options that the SoundCloud partnership enables us to do, whether it's to do it solely with SoundCloud or split it with a major label, and we split the work in that way. But I want to lead by example. So I did a song which I released typically, it's called Won't Forget You. Don't play it yet, please. And sorry guys, I love you, but we haven't rehearsed this. And we then led a very impromptu social media campaign where I proceeded to put a donk on it, and that means putting a certain type of bass line on the song, and I followed the fans' energy on it. It started going viral on TikTok, and we built a collaboration with an artist group called Blackout Crew, who haven't been relevant for 15 years at this time. And we ended up putting them on the song, driven by comments on TikTok, and then I worked with my label to put it on SoundCloud first. And the unique engagement tools, the social media atmosphere of SoundCloud allowed that track to blow up. It was #1 on the new and hot chart for over a week prior to it being released to the radio and other DSPs.
talk about by the way, how many artists are going to go through a case study? Come on. Talk about the dynamic of that.
Well, for me, it's the most exciting part of my career because sometimes for me to be able to interact directly with my fans, operate in real time, where I see what they want, what they need from me, what I want to give them, that is one of the most exhilarating work environments, and I think for any company to be able to see that. So the song did thousands of plays on SoundCloud, and then it changed my chart position of the overall song in the official charts in the UK. It gave it a variable of 85% positive in that week, shot it back up the chart. Let's give it a little spin now so you hear some context. So it's the Blackout Crew record, guys. Party time.
You are allowed to move.
I see some fist bumping. Come on! Cool. So that's why SoundCloud is lit.
So just to add a less cool element to that story, at SoundCloud we have something called the Creator Network Map. And I want to describe this for you because I think it's in many ways like a tool that Jax and his team can use to find partners and find creative talents to get stuff going viral and find new collaborations and identify talent. Imagine a map of the world, but it's not geography based. The continents are like genres and scenes, and they're color coded, and the countries and the cities are little bubbles, clusters of bubbles, and each bubble is an artist, a creator on the platform, and the size of their bubble is how much listenership, how much streams they have on the platform. And the bubbles that are next to each other are similar songs. Like we use our AI tools to determine kind of how closely similar the songs are to each other, but also how much the creators are engaging with each other on a platform. So if Jax reaches out to a creator on the platform and is DMing him, reposting the music, commenting on a track, they'll be close to each other on that map. So every day you come into SoundCloud and you're looking at this real live pulsing heat map of the future of music. And each of these little continents are these scenes that are blowing up. 8, 9, 10 years ago, had we had this at SoundCloud, you'd come into the building one day and you'd see the future of SoundCloud rap. And you'd see these artists like Trippie Redd and all these guys who were blowing up and unknown then, but engaging on the platform. And I think what you've heard from Jax is that taking this more innovative approach to how to work records, how to find creators, find new artists on the platform, and then rewrite the playbook for not just talent identification, but marketing and promotion for you as a fan is going to deliver you music you never would have heard otherwise. And it's one of the things we're most excited about.
Just to sort of go 50,000 feet up for a minute, from the case study to the sort of bird's eye view.
This is Web Summit, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. The music business in the last 20 years, every single thing has changed in terms of how music is delivered, to some extent how it's owned, to some extent how it's marketed. But this is, in some ways, the next level of that because it's giving artists more options, letting them use some of the leverage that all the technology changes have given them, but also let them market it in a different way. If you think about the mainstream streaming services, there's a sense in which they are all very good places to market music in general. They're not always great places to market specific genres to a specific audience. And I think that's something this does. And you're also signing artists as well. Tell me about that a bit.
Yeah, I want to share a little anecdote of literally a live deal that's happening right now. And I'm so passionate about giving new artists their I got you moment for them. And this week, I'm talking to an artist which I found on SoundCloud. His name is Parser. And I reached out to him because he had a song that was, I think, in the top 3 on New and Hot. The song was amazing. I played it on a live stream on TikTok. That connected well. I think I had something like 20,000 viewers in the 10-minute space. And he then proceeded to make content off the back of that. And I just want to play a clip of him showing the message that I sent him. And that did wonders for his TikTok, and we're going to bring that into the SoundCloud family. And this guy's a fourth-year medical school dropout trying to achieve his dream in music. And can you imagine what that must feel like? So let's just share that little clip. It's the passer clip. So shout out to Passer. We're going to bring him into the SoundCloud family and, you know, give him the opportunities that I wish I had when I was starting out.
So you're causing a shortage of doctors.
Well,
no, never mind.
Maybe he wasn't going to be a very good one.
Oh,
maybe he was a better music producer than he was a doctor.
I think he would have been good at anything he did. But it's interesting because right now what you see is all this is happening organically. And it is, you know, it's mediated by a very powerful platform, but it's being mediated in a way that's good for people at different levels, for talent, for a label. And talk about what does this mean for major labels, because you do have an option of working, Polydor is involved in this deal.
Yeah, exactly. So Polydor, a label at Universal Music, which is where Jax Jones himself is signed. You know, the labels are partners in this way. I mean, I think this is really about choice, and it's really about the longevity of an artist's career and playing that long game for an artist. Again, there was a time in music where there was no choice. If you wanted to get your music on the radio, if you wanted to get a CD on the shelf for sale,
what's a CD?
You had to go to a certain place. But now technology, thank God, has upended all of that. And to do what we're doing in conjunction with a major label is just more choice. So, you know, there may be opportunities to upstream artists, and there have been already, where we're getting an artist going and taking that first set of steps on their journey, and what they then need is some other thing that they can find from a major, and we're open to that and want to do that in partnership with them and have this great relationship with Polydor as a result, and it's not just limited to them. Yeah.
Tell me a bit about what other genres, you know, you're dealing here with specifically electronic music. SoundCloud is the only, which I think is cool, it's the only platform that has a genre named after it. There's no, like, you know, there is SoundCloud rap, people in the music business, people in the culture talk about it. There's no, like, Apple Bluegrass as of yet. Sounds cool, actually. Tell me what other genres this would work with, because you're using a very big global platform to market, in some ways, to pretty niche communities sometimes.
So certainly hip-hop, dance, and electronic music, pop, have been core to the SoundCloud experience. Latin is increasingly so. It's a global brand. We're present in 193 countries. Like, there's you know, penetration across really every scene and genre, but hip-hop, dance, and pop are really where the strength is. I think as we think about the future of the platform, we're less focused on making sure that we're leaning into any specific genres. I think what we're more focused on is leaning into the relationship between artists and fans, because genre barriers are kind of coming down, and creators are, fans are open to more. They're not defining themselves as fans of rock or pop or dance. They're fans of artists. They're fans of creators that they love. And when we think about the future of SoundCloud, it's both core to our DNA, kind of the connection of artists and fans together directly on the platform, which when the company was founded was totally new. And it's very much about our future, because, you know, the future for us is fandom. It's fan engagement. And streaming on its own has kind of failed many artists. The vast majority of artists cannot earn a living wage from streaming alone, and streaming is not enough for artists. Streaming is also not enough for fans. Plenty of fans, especially the fans that we care about at SoundCloud, they're coming to the platform to have a lean-forward experience, to go discover new music, find that DJ remix they heard in a club, find that new hip-hop artist, find the next Post Malone, the next Billie Eilish, and streaming doesn't really allow fans to express their fandom. If you want to spend $100 on your favorite artist right now, you really can't. you might have a dormant subscription at a streaming service, or you might listen to music 24/7. You're not necessarily, you're paying the same amount. You're not able to express your super fandom. So the direct fan-to-artist engagement and monetizing that, putting more dollars in the pockets of artists and letting fans express their super fandom, that's what I think is going to be the future of our platform.
I love that, man.
And just for context, this is in some ways where the music industry is headed. Because I know most people here are from the tech business. This is where the music business is headed. There is competition there, but this is where people want to go. The future is about streaming services getting into talent discovery, talent development, the merch business, the concert ticket business, and the thing that you have to do before you get into those businesses is let artists track those relationships and manage them. Tell me a bit about, real quick, because we don't have much time, tell me about the importance of the options that this gives you in terms of managing your career and controlling your own fate.
It means I can move fluidly. It means I can respond directly to what my fans need from me. It means I can communicate with them. It means I can release music creatively as I feel. And that's exponentially beneficial for me as a person.
Good segue to your next
Okay,
track.
so one quick idea, hat sales. And now I am pleased to offer, I think to end, we're going to offer a couple words and then a world premiere of a new track.
Yeah, I want to just play the world premiere of a new Jax Jones song, something I'm doing with SoundCloud, which I'm very proud to do, and with our relationship with Polydor. Let's give it a spin. This is Forever. Never been heard before. More fist pumps.
And we want no stress, less time, no mess, best days, my way, living it the best way.
You're allowed to move around.
When you were there, stayed out all night, mad buzz, mad love, oh what a time. And we want this all to last forever. Chilling with the lads on the beach, walking down the road, smoking joints in the streets, and in our mind, there's no time to be wasting. Tonight is the night. I'm a real, I'm a wavy. I've known you for a long time.
Thank you very much.
That's Jax Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you,
There's so many people from Dublin here as well. They would love that.
Thank you, Elia. Thank you, Jax. Thank you for auditioning me as the world's dullest hype man. I appreciate it. Thank you all for coming.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Web Summit. Thank you, Web Summit. Thanks, Elia.
Much of tech industry's focus lies in solving inefficiencies within sectors such as finance or in creating alternative worlds in the metaverse. What is really needed, however, is more talent, more funding, and more focus on one thing that's threatening humankind's entire existence. That's climate change. To explore key areas of tech and how we can transform the climate crisis, please welcome in conversation with Andrew Fishman of The Intercept Brazil, Sita Chandramonklarjee, founder principal at CM Capital, and Rebecca Parsons, CTO of ThoughtWorks.
100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Hi, welcome. Time to get serious, but hopefully Rebecca said we're not going to be all doom and gloom. We have to be
a bit uplifting as well. So hopefully we can get some.
Of course.
Yeah.
We have no music, though, so you'll have to bear with us. No, and don't worry, no dancing either.
But it is also officially the era of global boiling has arrived, according to the UN climate chief, and so we really do need to have some major innovations happening. Large corporations, many of whom are represented here, are some of the biggest polluters, but they also have enormous power to make a positive difference or lobby for stagnation and not have change. The UN says that the tech industry is responsible between 2 and 3% of all of global emissions. But tech can also have a major effect in revolutionizing other fields as well. So happy to have both of you here to talk about it. And I wanted to start with you, Sita. We're in year 1 of the new climate reality, according to climate experts. And being an environmentalist is no longer a choice, it's an obligation. So what do you think that your industry has woken up to this? Or is your firm sort of an outlier being focused in ESG and sustainability?
It's funny that you phrase the question that way because it's something that we actually say a lot, or the term environmentalists. We always say we're not environmentalists, we're capitalists. And to draw on our firm in particular, we were born out of, to borrow Ray Dalio's language, this first principle that over our lifetime, one of the greatest challenges is the sustainability transition. But at the same time, it's also one of the greatest wealth creation opportunities. So I think that it's extremely important, and we are starting to see this unfold, to be able to highlight that the climate crisis or the sustainability transition, to stay away from that doomsday language, is not really an environmental issue, it's an economic issue. And we're starting to see that materialize in our industry. I was talking earlier today, and we brought up this example. There's a really interesting sort of tongue-in-cheek chart that was published by this research group, Clock Tower, at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, where they showcased the amount of capital that just the US, China, and the EU alone is going to devote to climate challenges or sustainability projects. And on the other axis, it's the cost of all major infrastructure projects in modern history, like the Three Gorges Dam, the Great Wall of China, and whatnot. Again, it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek chart, but what it wanted to show was the scale and the magnitude of capital that has now come into this industry. So I will say that that's one of the things we're seeing. The industry is really starting to transform because people are realizing that it's not really an environmental issue. It's an economic opportunity. And we're definitely one of the firms that are trying to capture that opportunity. I think we all have different nuances. We particularly think that the consumption infrastructure is one that has a lot of force in pushing this transition forward. But there's a lot of exciting changes, and there's a lot more capital in this space, and I think people are very grateful for that.
Great. Rebecca, there's a lot of talk from every industry about how they're going green and everything is ESG and they're leading the way, and you have some of the biggest oil producers in the world with rainbow-colored windmills on their ads while they're actually increasing their oil drilling. And so because of that, there's been a lot of very reasonable skepticism from the public. And so I'm wondering, the tech industry presents itself as a leader in this field, and I'm wondering, in your experience, is this an earnest commitment? How much of it's PR? And what still needs to be done to overcome this skepticism from the public?
Well, I do think there's genuine efforts going on. And the advantage, to some extent, that the big tech providers have in this is their supply chain is a whole lot simpler than a consumer goods business. But what they are also looking at, and this is where we have to educate the customers, particularly of the hyperscalers, is you just can't outsource your problem and just say, oh, AWS is going to solve this for me because they're going to turn their cloud green, and so I don't have to think about it because I will just magically become green. And that really isn't necessarily the best way to approach the problem, because you could still be doing your part, even if all the energy that you use is green. If there's a way for you to be more efficient, there's more green energy for other people to have, but also, newsflash, you won't be paying as much. And that's one thing. So many people associate sustainability initiatives with cost. And actually, it's not. It is an efficiency play to say, let's not waste things. And so I really like your focus on the fact that, you know, we're not doing this out of the goodness of our heart. We're doing this, you're doing this because you want to make money. And she wouldn't be able to make money at it if it was always just a cost. And so I do think that there are legitimate efforts being made. Whether their targets are realistic, I mean, many people have put out targets and it's like, really? You're going to get there by when? But I do think the efforts are legitimate, and how we make those efforts more legitimate, I think, is through transparency of data. Start giving us, you know, the dashboard. Start showing us these are the initiatives, these are the savings that we've been able to achieve as a result of what we've done so far, and this is our trajectory.
Great. I'm going to ask you for an example in a second. I'm going to go to Sita first. And I wanted to know, you know, you're in the sustainable consumer sector, and as you're talking about, often one of the biggest issues for going sustainable, going green is, you know, costs and being able to hit margins and make profits. So, you know, remaining competitive, basically. So how do companies that you like to invest in make this math work? And what scale of change, you know, in the environmental sense, can consumers actually have?
Yeah, it's a super interesting question, and it's literally at the crux of how we think about investing. And in short, we don't really classify ourselves as any different from any other investors because we focus on sustainability. So in terms of how do you make the math work, to be very candid, we see plenty of companies where we think they're doing really incredible, really inspiring things, but we don't either believe that their business model will work in the venture duration, or they shouldn't be venture funded. And you know, there's a whole other conversation there why it's important to have flexibility of capital sources. But in short, the way that we think about the math works is the way that we think about how the math works for any business. So they need to be, first and foremost, a business that can be sustained and can be profitable. The sustainability element is an overlay, and to echo Rebecca's point, it can't be a cost function. Something we always come back to is there is no sustainable solution that is long-term sustainable if it's not eventually cost-effective. And that's less so, I think, from a perspective of an investor, but also from a perspective of society adopting it. And then to touch on your second point around how do we think about the scale of consumers. So just to go back to our earlier point, the core of our thesis is that we think either by choice or most often by necessity, consumers will have to change every facet of their lives, be it regulatory changes or environmental pressures. And as a result, that will then force businesses to change the way they do business. And at scale, this is incredibly powerful. I mean, we always say the core of the capitalist model is the consumer. In the US alone, we own over 70% of the GDP. Where I'm from, or where I grew up in Thailand, an emerging market, that's over 60% of the GDP. So at scale, consumers have a mass impact for change, not just from the way moving businesses forward, but also from an emission standpoint. I think one of the numbers we were talking about as well is in the US households, on aggregate, they're actually attributable to over 80% of emissions, which is enormous. So the combination of the scale of consumers and then also just making sure that we're backing businesses that are cost competitive, if we can do that, it's actually a pretty tangible problem that we think that eventually in our lifetime we can solve for.
Great. Rebecca, I think at ThoughtWorks, one of the things that you spend a lot of your time doing is trying to help companies rethink their workflows, their supply chains, or their missions, often to be able to hit their sustainability goals. So I'm wondering if you could maybe share some interesting examples of what that actually looks like in practice. Sure.
The first thing to realize is sometimes it's counterintuitive what is going to be the best way to approach it. We were working with one customer here in Europe, and they had this idea for how they had to change their supply chain that was costly, wasn't getting them the kind of reduction that they were looking for, and it was going to be really complicated. And so they asked us, is there an alternative? And so we set up a what-if scenario generator to go through lots of different potential changes in the supply chain, and found a very simple change that they could make that was much less costly, far easier to implement, and actually increased significantly the savings that they would get both in cost and in carbon. And so we can use technology to help identify, here are some alternatives that maybe companies haven't thought of, and they were convinced that this was going to be the best idea, and we just showed them, no, actually you've got an entire buffet of ideas, and let's start here because this one is going to give you an incredible return. And it was a very simple fix to of all things, their packaging. It wasn't something, deep fundamental that they had to rework, their product or anything like that. It had to do with packaging.
I totally echo that sentiment because I think that oftentimes, and this is usually a discourse around cost of capital, cost of climate change, is people think that when we talk about the climate crisis, opportunities to invest in it, it's investing in new hydrogen technology or new carbon sequestration technology, or all of these like really, really admirable 0 to 1 energy feats, if you will. That's really important, and I'm really happy that there are capital sources for that. But oftentimes, what we're really missing, either as consumers, as investors, or as entrepreneurs, is there are a lot of unsexy businesses, if you will, that are really driving the sustainability transition forward. Software platforms are a huge portion of it, and oftentimes it's the picks and shovels and the infrastructure layer that actually brings us from A to B that we often miss because they're not necessarily the blue sky scenario, but any software that really can help us leapfrog the efficiency forward is extremely important in our transition.
I'm a journalist, and we do a lot of coverage about climate in Brazil, the Amazon, and a lot of the scientists we speak to are very dramatic about what needs to happen, the scope of change that needs to happen. And I'm wondering, from your points of view and where you're coming from, zooming out, how far do we need to diverge from the current status quo? And do you think that's possible? Are we talking about tinkering? Are we talking about fundamental systemic changes? I agree that things need to be happening on all different scales, but looking to the future, how different do you see things as they are from right now? Sita, you can go first.
Sure. It's a loaded question. But I'd say it's all of the above. Actually, we connected on this as well, is that it's a combination of needing both sticks and carrots. Right? We need to have collaboration on both the private and the public sector to really move the needle, at least from a time horizon that makes sense. I'd say that's on the one hand. On the other hand is, and maybe this is oversimplifying the problem, I was actually talking to another investor right before we hopped on stage about how so much of this is actually a marketing problem. And maybe that's too much of a broad catch-all phrase, but if you think about it, as an investor, we need to be able to market that this is an economic opportunity, not an environmental challenge. As a consumer, we need to be able to market to them that this is not better for the planet, it's better for people, it's better for us and our families. And I think that those changes on aggregate over time have the magnitude to be able to really move the needle. So I do think that it requires some sort of transformative shift in collaboration between the public and the private sector. But even on a day-to-day, if we can change the language and the way in which we really try to unify the incentives around the space, there's real scope that we can make a difference. And we're already starting to see it. I mean, again, I'm biased, but I'm using some examples from my home country in Thailand. And we're now the second biggest buyer of EVs in Southeast Asia. Technology allows us to leapfrog to do that. And I think that part of it, or part of what we have to thank for it, is being able to market that this is actually better for our country. Because we used to win this award that no one wants to win, which is the most congested, or a city with the most traffic in the world. We would be up there with Mexico City. So I think that there's a lot of ways in which we can really try to transition the language and the marketing around the problem.
Yeah, and I would say it is, again, all of the above. There are going to be industries that are going to have to fundamentally change to address the climate issues. And there are going to be new industries that rise up to fill gaps that are maybe being created by things that we have to do differently. But I agree completely. A lot of this is a messaging question. Oftentimes when I talk about sustainability, there's always the one person who puts their hand up and says, no enterprise is going to care about sustainability because it just costs too much. And it's like, you're talking about the wrong thing here. We do have to be creative, though. And we do have to let people know that there are going to be impacts. I think one of the struggles organizations often have when they're trying to introduce sustainability programs is people don't understand how it's going to impact their day-to-day life. We are doing this to hit this target, and therefore we won't be doing these things, and therefore this is how it's going to affect the way that you work. And a lot of people really haven't connected the dots. You probably don't find many people who would say, I'm for making sure that the planet boils. But then when you say, okay, well that means this in terms of your day-to-day existence, it's like, oh, wait a minute. I'm going to have to do something different. And we do have to help them understand this isn't just about climate change. This is about the long-term health of their families. And I think changing the way we talk about this can make a real difference.
Do you think that there's a role for greater regulation to make that choice easier? If the government sets a certain mandate that says you need to do it this way, then it ends up not being a discussion. And
I would love for us to not need sticks and can only use carrots, but I do think the sticks do have to come into play. Part of the problem is those are generally very blunt instruments, and trying to figure out what's the nuanced way to approach this so that we can achieve the results that we want and not stifle new ideas, because a lot of what is going to make an impact nobody's thought of yet. And so we don't want the regulations to stifle that.
Usually these things are talked about in like very large 20, 30-year timeframes, but do you have like 3 years, what you're really focusing on, what you'd like to see, what you'd like to see change?
I'd like to see comprehensive understanding of what the true costs of technology are writ large, and how we can use technology not to just solve the sustainability issue for tech, but for the rest of the organizations.
Same question.
Our lofty ambition, I would say collectively for folks who are in this space, is for sustainability investing to become synonymous with smart investing, because it will demand cross-vertical transformations, and we should no longer think of it in a silo.
Great. Well, that's all the time that we have. Thank you all for listening, and thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Nuclear weapons, cybercrime, drone warfare, biotechnological weapons. Humanity's worst crimes were made possible by modern technology. With the AI revolution ongoing, it must be asked, is humankind moral enough to use the powerful tech for benign ends? Can we trust ourselves and our leaders? To discuss the human moral dilemma in AI, please welcome to center stage Mandap Ray, author of The Values Compass, Brittany Kaiser, founder of Own Your Data, and Lexi Mills, CEO of Shift 6 Studios, and Manas Chawla, founder and CEO of London Politica.
Hello, Web Summit. My name is Manas Chawla. I'm the founder and CEO of London Politica, the world's largest geopolitical risk advisory for social impact. And today here we're talking about what I think is the biggest question of this generation. Are we moral enough for artificial intelligence? Brittany, let me start with you, because it's been just over 5 years since you blew the whistle on the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Effectively, how Cambridge Analytica and Facebook were misusing, abusing the personal, private data of more than 87 million people. Talk to me a little bit about that journey and where you are now, but also how it's informed your view of our collective morality when it comes to regulating something like artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much. So I think it's appropriate to go a little bit further back in time and talk about how I got to Cambridge Analytica in the first place. I was living in London training as a human rights barrister, and I was writing my PhD in something called preventive diplomacy. It was a degree in international human rights law, and I was specifically looking into how do you use diplomatic strategy in order to prevent crisis, war, atrocity crimes. And as I got a couple years into writing my thesis, I realized that this actually was going to have to be a PhD about data science. What data existed? How was it being modeled? What intelligence were we getting from that? And how real-time could we get that information into the hands of people who could make a decision and move fast enough to prevent atrocities from occurring in the first place? So I joined as a part-time consultant at then a very small data science company called Cambridge Analytica in order to learn enough to finish writing my thesis. I think I learned a lot more about data than I bargained for. And over the 4 years that I was there, I slowly began to realize that the way that the data science industry works, where we do not have real digital rights, no data rights in the digital space, that our personal data, our most valuable information, can be bought and sold and traded around the world and then weaponized against us. So I started to see that the foundation of technology and the lack of legislation and regulation and enforceability of any of our rights in the digital space meant that the direction that the technology industry was going was incompatible with protecting human rights and civil rights. So that's how I ended up becoming a whistleblower, because I came from the human rights perspective, and how do we use these technology tools to make the world a better place? And I saw that because humans are fallible and know we are not moral enough to handle some of these tools without proper legislation and regulation, I saw that these are just tools, and it depends on the morality of the people who are employing them. Because of course, Cambridge Analytica had plenty of clients who did incredible things with data that were inherently positive. But then when it got into the wrong hands, data was weaponized to target people, to incite violence and racial hatred, to overturn elections, to create crisis instead of prevent it. And so it's my knowledge that until we have the basic definitions of data ownership, of fiduciary responsibility, of custodianship, of tracking and traceability, permission structures, transparency, and personal data monetization, if we don't have that first, starting to look at how data is input into algorithms, built on algorithms with the complexity of artificial intelligence, we are in a very bad place because we have not yet decided to legislate and regulate enough on the basic building blocks that will take us to a moral AI one day.
It's such a fascinating journey. Lindsay, let me turn to you, because you are a global authority on values. As you look out to the AI landscape today, do you think there is sort of a conceivable set of universal ethical values that can underpin the way that we develop and deploy AI?
Fantastic question. Thank you, Manas. So we did a study. This is called the Values Compass, and it takes you through 101 different countries. This book helps you decipher all the positive values that are in you. It's not that a country only has only one value. For example, the value of respect from Japan that we might admire. Or we might admire the value of cleanliness from Rwanda, because after the genocide occurred, they actively made a decision to not say the word Hutu or Tutsi again, not to say ethnic words again. But they didn't just clean up their mind or their language. They cleaned up Kigali, the capital. They cleaned up the countryside. This idea of cleaning your whole way of being. Or the value of solidarity from Madagascar, or Harambee, togetherness from Kenya. We are each other's support system if we want to be. We have morality, we have compassion, we have creativity, and it's just about which value do you want to pivot on. So, for example, in America, many people go to America for the American dream, and the idea of pivoting until you get the right idea, and it being okay if you fail. Whereas that's not so okay necessarily everywhere else in the world. Failure is not as well spun or seen in other parts of the world. So the point of this is that it's a tool to help you find your core values. Why? Because you have all of these values within yourself. And you have over all of these values, and you can choose your top 5. So I just want to do a quick litmus test with the audience. Hands up if you think, actually, we are moral enough to use AI responsibly. Put your hand up if you think we are moral enough as a human species.
I don't see many.
Oh, wow. OK. Now put your hand up if you think we are not moral enough to be able to utilize AI. All right, so we have not much faith in humanity, right? Is what the audience is saying. Yet, actually, isn't it up to us as to whether we are moral enough? Isn't it up to the individual? And I think the focus on you can't necessarily change the world or change your leader, as we've learnt, or change your partner or anyone else, or change their behaviors, but we can change ourselves. And what we have found is that, especially amongst youngest people, if they want to see the leader they want to be, they start enacting that now. How many of you found that your children come home and say, we need to stop using plastics? Or we need to make sure we don't go on planes anymore? Or we're going to make the difference, because if we don't, who else will? So we are finding that if we focus on our values as companies and as individuals, the world of difference takes place. And when companies do this really well, it transforms how we go into work, it transforms how we look up to our leaders, and it transforms how we work.
Yeah, absolutely. The change starts with us.
Yeah, thank you. So you've got it, guys. Don't think you're not moral.
Lexi, let me turn to you, because you're an award-winning digital marketing expert. And you've seen firsthand just how damaging and dangerous bias in artificial intelligence can be. And of course, our AI algorithms are only as good as the training data that we use to create them. We were just talking backstage about how often data can be quite an ugly mirror for society. So just unpack that for me a little bit. What do you think about the problem of bias in AI?
I think a lot of the problems we see regarding bias in AI actually exist in all technology. And I'm a search specialist, so the internet algorithms are a reflection of an aspect of humanity. But it's not a true reflection. It's, in some ways, an opinion that's designed by algorithms that's designed to serve whatever the user desire is. You know, there's a difference between getting what you want and getting what you need. And then when we look at the training sets, it's the people who have coded the training. So there's an issue there, and then there's the data it's learning from. But the data itself, how it is fed in, is determined by traditional Google optimization. We find if you have a strong presence on Google, you'll have a good presence, or that presence will be mirrored within AI. So our challenges are looking at what are the problems we didn't solve with internet search algorithms when we're looking at AI and how AI is feeding into that. But we can also spin this both ways. You know, a power can be used for good, or it can be used for bad. And if you go back 5 years ago and you searched pilot job and you clicked images, you wouldn't see many women in there. But that's changed now. And some of that has changed deliberately with people trying to get more women into being a pilot. Therefore, there are more images. Some people have actively hacked those results so that that's changing. And therefore, we can use these both ways. If we have an objective and we know how the technology works, then it's actually the person using the technology that can make choices. The problem is that we also have economies and profitability playing into this. And that's always going to be a challenge, because where the money goes, we see that mirror certain behaviors within algorithms.
I'd like to bring it back to the structure that ultimately defines how we sort of choose what to do with AI. Brittany, when the Cambridge Analytica scandal broke out, you had a tremendous amount of face time with policymakers, with politicians, with regulators on both sides of the Atlantic. What did you learn from that? And when you look at something like AI, do you have confidence in our political leaders to be able to effectively create legislation to manage that?
We can't trust legislators and regulators who know exponentially less than technologists to write the laws that are actually going to work and be implementable. In the crypto industry, we like to say, don't trust, verify. So instead of trusting legislators to do this on our behalf, we need to show up. As technologists, where we want the technologies we are building to positively impact the world, where we want them to be moral and ethical, where we want to do the right thing, we need to show up in Congress, in Parliament. You should show up and meet your regulators face to face. You should testify. You can do oral or written testimony. You can do it on Zoom now since the COVID shutdown. Get involved and show up for yourself on behalf of your company, your industry, your own personal moral values, because it's only with technologists like ourselves that we are going to get to a point where we can have common sense legislation and regulation that not just protects us from bad actors, but also allows incredible innovators from around the world to build products that can make a positive difference in the world. So we do have to show up, we do have to get involved, and I implore you that if you need a way to do that, please look at my website, ownyourdata.foundation, and it will show you, depending on your country, all of the different ways that you can get involved with the people who are making these decisions on your behalf, because they will regulate us without our input. So we should be showing up in order to help them write that, help them craft it, help make sure that the laws are actually implementable with the types of technologies we're building, educate them, make them aware, and then stand up for ourselves so that what we see in the future is both a thriving economic interest from our industry and the positive impact that we all would love to make.
Lexi, Mandeep, you know, I'm thinking back to the age of the smartphone, because when that came out, I remember all these claims being made about how now we're suddenly going to be in this utopian society, it'd have, you know, purely benign effects. And just as Brittany's pointed out right now, that's, I mean, certainly not turned out to be the case. Definitely the picture's a lot more complicated than that. And now we have often sometimes the same technology leaders making, you know, the same utopian visions about emerging technology like AI. They were wrong then. Do we have any more reason to trust them now?
So, firstly, I just want to say a big thank you to Web Summit for having women on this panel about morality. And right? It says a lot. And to your point, Lexi, about being the moral person or making the change that you have to actively, someone's actively made this decision. So thank you. And thank you, Lisbon and Portugal, for hosting us. I just want to point out that the people who made those phones and made the technology, do they let their own family, their own children, sit on a device? Actually, no. If you look at Silicon Valley and how those children are being treated, they are being told, this is addictive, don't go onto this platform, don't go onto that platform. Well, actually, they're not even given a device. And so if you're doing that to your children, then why do you want the whole rest of the world, or why is the rest of the world okay to become addicted, but not your own children? That already tells you how this technology is being made and how we should all show the same caution that they are showing. So it's like AI is often compared to a nuclear weapon. It's not the nuclear weapon that is at fault. It is not AI. The difference between AI and humans is that humans have, hopefully, a moral compass, or they have values like compassion, empathy, thought for the other. A robot or AI does not. And so that distinction alone means that we are ultimately responsible if something is being used amorally. And each of us individuals have to take that responsibility. The people who are creating the technology are not going to take the responsibility. They haven't before, and they're not going to in the future. And so we have to be aware and take it. Just like the news that you consume, we have to take responsibility for what we're consuming, for what we're saying. I mean, your mind is a product of what you're feeding it. So... Sorry to put it back on us, but it's better that way.
I think one of the greatest challenges we see right now is that with the way technology develops, AI, we don't always have a source. When we look back at the artist issues we've had this year about attribution, a lot of it wasn't coded to give a source. And you quite rightly said, we have to look at our sources, we have to be thinking and considering and be the actors ourselves. But the problem with AI is we don't always know that. And being able to verify things is really, really important. And that is changing. And the challenge we have is that most people don't understand en masse how these different algorithms and technologies are working, which is the difference between someone knowing if there's a blue or a red pill and picking one, or only seeing one pill at all. And I think the education around how these systems works allows people to make their own choices. One of the beauties that I see with all the different emerging social media and ways of communicating is that when you enter a new social media bubble, it's a new bubble. You're not locked into that sort of filter bubble of previous perceptions or algorithmic bias that was within your other apps. Yes, they're connected, but there are more and more ways than ever before to break out of our own mindsets. But it is on the individual to choose to do that.
You know, I think often talking about AI can paint quite a bleak picture. And I want to give us some reason for optimism. You know, say we're back in sunny Lisbon again, November 2024, we're sitting on the stage and we're talking about the same question in a year's time. Really quickly, what's the one concrete, actionable thing that you think needs to change in the next 12 months to actually give you real confidence that we are moral enough for AI? Brittany, let me start with you.
Between now and next year, I hope that everyone's attempt to legislate and regulate AI is what actually is the final catalyst for us to get better definitions about our data rights in the digital space, data ownership definitions, so that we're not trusting anyone to be moral with AI. We've actually built in the legislative and regulatory frameworks and the technologies that protect us in order to make sure that we're not relying on the people who have built in biases, and our human rights and civil rights can be protected in the growing age of AI.
I hope that the regulation is in place between now and next year. Sometimes over-regulation happens, and sometimes leaving it for the regulators to do it doesn't necessarily happen. So I think it's our responsibility to demand regulation, or demand the education, or make sure that we actually understand how this technology is working, and if it is taking us into a vortex downwards as opposed to upwards, and it is a downward spiral, then we understand what algorithms and how they're being formed. And so we don't necessarily have the information. You might not have the right education or the right regulation, but if we keep on demanding until we get it, there's only so much fake that can be allowed.
From my perspective, I think one of the greatest things we could achieve is separating between cosmetic legislation and aspirational legislation. When we have legislation that we don't have the ability to enforce, we reduce our ability to believe in legislation and for people to adhere to it. But I think it's really important that if we segment those two things, this is what we're enforcing and this is what we're aspiring to, then I think we make real progress, because we name what the problem is, and therefore we identify the next step.
Absolutely. I think we've come up with three quite good things here. We need the data protection regulation. We need the proactive nature to actually demand it, but we also can't settle for superficial window dressing for these sort of things. We need to be able to distinguish between what's real and what's just smoke and mirrors. Ladies, thank you so much for your time and insight.
Thank you.
What a great audience. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
This is a very hard text next, so I'm going to need your help. The iron and steel sector accounts for a substantial portion of global carbon dioxide emissions. H2 Steel's approach removes up to 95% of the 2 tons of carbon dioxide generated in blast furnace-based steelmaking. We now explore the significance of green steel in achieving a net zero carbon emission targets, its role in industries including automotive manufacturing, and the challenges and the opportunities associated with transitioning to a hydrogen-based steel production. Please welcome, in conversation with Juliana Calzin from O Globo, the CEO of H2 Green Steel, Henrik Henriksson.
Okay. Henrik, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have this conversation with you about such an important topic. So, why we are experiencing a climate emergency, and of course, all industry have to adapt. But why are we talking about steel? Like, why steel is relevant in this context?
Yeah, so going back to the Paris Accord and the meeting back in 2015, there was a couple of industries that were mentioned as so-called hard to abate, and one of them is steel. You have agriculture, transport there as well. So those are the ones that are tricky to sort of crack to be able to reach the 1.5-degree target that we agreed in Paris. Steel is one of them. Steel represents around 8-9% of the global CO2, so it is a real polluter. At the same time, steel is one of those materials that we use in our daily life and in many sort of parts of our infrastructure, in our products that we consume and so on. But it also happened to be one of those products that is fairly easy to actually decarbonize because it will not require that you redo the whole sort of industrial footprint. If you use brown steel, as I would call it, or green steel, you can still use exactly the same machinery, the same tools to weld or to press. And that makes it a little bit of a low-hanging fruit when it comes to transform it. And that's where we come in. Our company, H2 Green Steel, which is an impact company. It's a startup, started less than 2.5 years from now, or 2.5 years ago. What we're doing is that we're starting from scratch and we're going into one of the world's most established industries, and we are not trying to disrupt it, but rather enable a change. And we're doing that by doing 3 things. So we produce green hydrogen, green iron, and green steel. And by doing that in the right location, we take away 95% of the CO2 footprint compared to the traditional way of doing steel. So it's a major impact in one of the dirtiest industries in the world.
Great. And I would like to go back a little bit in our conversation. Before starting H2 Green Steel, you worked over 20 years in Scania, which is one of the biggest manufacturers of Sweden. It's part of the Volkswagen Group and is also, of course, a big consumer of steel. So what made you switch sides?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that corporate leaders today, regardless if you're working with a big company like Scania, we were 55,000 people in the company, or 5 people, as we were in H2 Green Steel when I started 2.5 years ago. I think regardless the size of the company, we as corporate leaders, it is our damn responsibility to take a bigger responsibility for the transformation. And I think it's not only about transforming your own company, it is actually trying to lead also to try to transform the industry that you belong to. I was happy together with my colleagues to do that at Scania in a successful way, but to have the opportunity to do it from scratch with a blank sheet of paper, I mean, that was just a possibility to do that with H2 Green Steel. That was, it was a great opportunity to create something from scratch. But at the same time, being able to build a culture and a purpose with the company of leaving a legacy behind that is something that you can be proud of. So I mean, that's the driving force.
Yeah, sure. And of course, we are here at Web Summit, which have a lot of innovative ideas and companies. But the steel industry is not the one that we think like of innovation. But here we are. So the relevant and traditional industry can be as relevant as any other.
Yeah,
this field?
I think what's happening here is that to be able to do this transformation of a well-established industry, you need to work in partnerships, and you need to work like we do in partnership with our customers. There is a number of forward-leaning customers in the automotive industry, in building and construction material, that want to have the green steel. They are supporting us in this. But it's also about investors. We raised 6 billion euro as a startup from scratch, without an income statement, without a balance sheet. 2 billion euro in equity and 4 billion euro in debt. We did that because we had a support from our customers who signed up on buying these products for the future. We also have partnership with our technology providers, providing then the technology for hydrogen production, for iron making and steel making. But another important partner in this is, of course, the people, and having a higher purpose as a company like we have. Not only trying to build a great company, but actually trying to transform, what I said before, a whole industry, to make an impact for the world. That is attracting talent from different kinds of industry, different kinds of sectors. And an important pillar in doing this is that we build a tech company from scratch. We haven't built a steel mill in Europe since 1972. So of course in 50 years there's a lot of things around digitalization, automation that has happened. And that we need to take the opportunity to use. Otherwise we will not be able to provide a cost-efficient sort of alternative to the brown steel being more sustainable. So us being here in a location like this is that we are of course building one of our sort of partnership pillars is on the people that we can attract to the company. And if we are around 300 people today, a big portion of that is actually people working with our digital footprint. Because if we build up from scratch an industry that is sort of designed around data, designed around information, having maybe 100 times the amount of sensor capabilities in our industrial production than the traditional industry that is then 50, 70 years old. That is what's going to compensate the lack of experience we have.
Okay.
So I think that that's why a traditional industry participant like ourselves, but being an enabler or a newcomer coming in as a startup into this industry, we need this kind of competence that we see at the Web Summit. We need the digital sort of agenda to be one of the main pillars for us to be competitive, not only today, but tomorrow. Because what we do is actually we're creating a production process where we use renewable energy to produce green hydrogen. It's a little bit more expensive than using then fossil gas or cooking coal, which is the dirty part. But to compensate for that, then if we build a modern sort of production system, we will still be able to keep the premium down to a level that is acceptable by our customers. And that level today is around 25% higher price for the green steel than the brown steel. But to be able to reach that level, we need to have a much more efficient production facility. So if we produce 5 million tons of green steel per year, we will have roughly half the amount of people in the production as the best sort of traditional player. And that is because of digitalization and automation.
Great. And you mentioned the investments. You also have already huge clients, but you hasn't started yet the production. So I'd like to understand how have you built this trust to have major companies and big investments without the production yet?
Yeah. What we have done is that we have spent a lot of time to understand not only our customers, the ones who buy the steel, but actually spending a lot of time thinking about and talking to our customer's customer.
Okay.
So actually the one who buys a car or a fridge or a freezer, the consumer that buys a product that is built by green steel. And by doing that, we have also understood sort of like what is the willingness to pay for a product that is decarbonized. That is one part of it. The other part is that we have only gone after customers who have signed up on science-based targets,
okay,
which means that they have done their homework and they have looked at, okay, what is our scope 1, our scope 2, but also scope 3 upstream, which means that what is the CO2 content of the material that we put in to build our fridge or our truck or our car, and how big is that footprint? And by going after those customers who have sort of done that homework and are committed to do a transformation, usually within 10 years, many of them from 2020 to 2030, they want to halve their CO2 footprint. And if you look at the car, for example, that everyone can relate to, an electric car, then roughly 600 kilos in that car is steel. And many times when we go out and buy a car today, an electric car, they are branded and marketed to us as consumers as a CO2 neutral product. And what the car companies have done is that they have tried to source then sustainable material as much as they can. And the remaining part, which today unfortunately is quite big, they buy then certificates. They buy CO2 certificates that are traded on the European trade emission system, the ETS, which today cost around €100 for 1 ton of CO2. So they compensate by buying then these certificates. The total bill for the car company to do that is around €500-600. And they believe that we as consumers are willing to pay that, because when we buy an electrical car, we have some sort of conscious and some sort of environmental agenda. We would also be willing to maybe spend that 2-3% or 1-2% extra by also having the material sourced in a sustainable way. And that's where we come in, and we then say, we have an alternative. Instead of buying these certificates, you can get the real thing from the source. And then it's important that we then land on a price that is actually lower than the certificate. And that is basically what we have done, becoming a little bit technical, but 1 ton of steel emits 2 tons of CO2 when we produce it today. That's why it's such a dirty industry. What we do is we take away 95% of that, which means then that instead of paying then to take away 2 tons of CO2, which would be then €200, they pay roughly then €150 from us, and they get a much better material. And I think that's how we've been able to convince the customers that this is not just because they like us as a product or it's for marketing or branding, it's pure economics. And I think this is when you get traction in this transformation. And by having then around 30 customers, a lot of them, the automotive players in Europe, supporting us and their suppliers, we've been able then to, and I can show a picture of that, started to build on our first facility up in northern Sweden.
To 2025, right?
Yeah, so and start of production will be in December then 2025, so a little bit more than 2 years from now. And to fund this sort of €6 billion project, we have used then these contracts from our customers as a collateral and a security to our banks. And of course, this has also been an important part of why investors have put their trust in us as well. The idea then is that we build our first plant in northern Sweden. It will just be around 3-4% of the European steel production, but it will be a front runner. It will show the rest of the industry that it's possible, it's technically possible. And then what we do is then we try to copy and paste this concept. So one of the locations will be most probably here in Portugal to start with, where we're looking at there's good conditions, renewable energy, there's good logistics, a lot of talent and competence in the country. We're looking at Brazil, northern Brazil, to do the same thing. So following our customers, because they have this global commitment to the science-based targets. Of course, it's not enough that we supply them with green steel in Europe. They need help in South America, North America, and so on. So I think this is how we roll out to become then a global player in a short time.
And we are talking about companies such as Vale, Porsche, Mercedes, IKEA, which are very important, relevant companies. So I'm from Brazil, as you mentioned, and we have a mining sector that is truly important for our economy. We are one of the top producers of steel, but we still had some major environmental problems related to this industry, and especially in extraction of the materials. This is a concern for you, like how this process of extraction can be less impactful?
Yeah, it's very important for us. You can say that we build our company with a purpose to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries. And then you can ask yourself, who are we building the company for? Yeah, we have looked at it as we have 4 stakeholders. They are our jury. They are the ones that sort of we are responsible, and they are the one judging our decisions today, tomorrow, and our legacy. It is our customers, it is our people in the company, it is our investors and owners, and those are the traditional stakeholders who talk about the company. Though. We added 2 more, and that is the society and the planet. All 5 are equally important for us, and they steer the decisions we make today, tomorrow, and for the future. And that's why sort of understanding our impact in the environment is very important, all the way back to the mining operation. And that's why we put sort of demands on our partners on decarbonizing their supply chain and their footprint. Same goes for logistics and transport. And it's coming back to this partnership model of working very close with your partners and setting up a roadmap together on how you bring down the footprint on one hand, but then that is the CO2. Then you have the social part of this, which is also then, of course, engaging with the society. And that is something that we have been very successful in our first project, where we also have to take into consideration the impact we do to the society. We are in an area where we have the Swedish indigenous people, the Sami people representing. We need to sort of take care of the natural sort of reserve areas that we are close to. So a lot of this is around interaction. I think Vale, which is the Brazilian company we're working with, I think is a role model. They have had their challenges like many other mining and industrial companies have had in the past, but it's one of the few companies actually who had created a scope-free downstream target, which means that they look at who they are selling their product to make sure that they do the least impact as possible going forward. So selling to us as a green steel producer rather than to a brown steel producer, they are measuring themselves and they have a target that they have signed up on.
We have 1 minute left, and I would like to mention that today you were recognized from a tiny little magazine called Time, one of the 100 most influential leaders in the world driving climate action in business. So is this important for such an important magazine to have a list of people, and you are one of them?
Yeah, no, but I think that is a recognition to all the people that I worked with in the last couple of years, both at Scania but also now in H2 Green Steel. And I would say it's not about me, it's about sort of like the accomplishments we have done together. It comes back to this responsibility, though, as a corporate leader, and that I would tell to anyone who's listening today is that, I mean, it's time to step up. I mean, the planet is on fire. A lot of the transformation that needs to happen is up to us as corporate leaders. Doesn't matter if the company is small or big, if it is in tech or traditional industry, we have to step up and we have to show the way. It's about legacy. It's about the legacy that you leave behind for the next generation of leaders in your company, but also the legacy that you leave behind for the next generation in your family. And I see that as my driving force, and I think you should do the same.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Henrik.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Technology has played a major role in human development. It has helped us connect with long-lost friends, making it easier to interact and stay in touch with family and friends. It has helped us work much more efficiently and faster, and also helped us in our education. In essence, it has simplified our lives. However, you knew that however was coming. Some technological advances have made people become more distracted, more isolated. Being constantly connected can cause psychological issues such as expectation of instant gratification, stress, and even anxiety and depression. For a transformative discussion on the impact of technology in our lives, please welcome the HMD CEO, maker of Nokia phones and former innovator at Lego and MTV Digital Studios, Lars Silberbauer.
Thank you. Let me just see a raise of hands. How many have owned a Nokia phone? Yes. So everyone here knows the Nokia brand, but probably not a lot know the HMD brand, and that's why I'm here. HMD, it's a startup, 6-year-old startup. We've sold more than 400 million phones in the last 6 years. We're in 200 countries. We just launched EU manufacturing. We're the fastest growing 5G manufacturer of mobile phones, and we're the #1 in feature phones. So that's just about like what the company is. What I'm going to talk about today is about three very specific, huge issues for the industry. First and foremost, e-waste. 2022, 5.3 billion phones were left in drawers everywhere over the world. These phones will end up in landfills, they will end up in the drinking water, they will pollute everything around us if we don't do something. That's a massive, massive issue for the industry. What's also a problem is what I call real sustainability. Sustainability as such is fairly easy. We can make a phone out of bamboo or plastic or whatever, recycled plastic, anything. But to make sustainability scalable and profitable, that is really, really hard. And before we create systemic change, we need to create real sustainability. Finally, we see that amongst all of us, I think, especially after a conference like this, we see a digital fatigue. We see Gen Zs are really turning their back against phones, against constant notifications, and we also see that digital media and digital devices are really impacting mental health. A really scary fact here, if you have kids, by the age of 12, you would have spent 75% of the total time you get with your kids, you would have spent that when they're 12 years old. When they're 18, you'll have spent 90% of the total time you'll get with your kids. So if you'll run out to be with your kids right now, I totally understand it. But this is a fact, and why we are letting digital media, devices, tablets, phones interrupt this precious time we have with our kids, or kids have with our parents, is something we need to take very, very seriously. That's why we believe at HMD, Human Mobile Devices, that we have a mission here to really accomplish and create better devices that are more meant for humans, not meant to constantly drag us into a digital flow, drag us into digital media, but really help us to be a real assistant, a digital assistant, and not a digital dictator. A few years ago, I spent a week in a refugee camp in the north of Kenya, close to the border to South Sudan. 250,000 people living in an open refugee camp there. One of the many learnings I got from that visit or that stay in that camp is that charity does not really create progress. It doesn't create systemic change. It doesn't really create real impact. To do that, you really need to make sure that you do that in a way that is sustainable. And planet-size impact, that requires that you create something that is profitable and that is scalable. If you just do it as a charity, and I see a lot of sustainable projects that are one-offs, but we can't really change the planet by doing one-offs. We shouldn't be afraid of making money on creating sustainability and sustainable solutions, because that's going to fuel it, and that's what really going to impact it in the long run. So the way that we are doing it at HMD is, of course, we need to have the basics in place. We are one of the top 1% of companies that are platinum rated on EcoVadis. That means not just that the products are sustainable, but the whole supply chain. In everything we do, we go into the nuts and bolts of the whole supply chain to see, can we become more sustainable? And really to get this high rating that we're quite proud of. The next thing that we are really the leading innovator in is repairability. it is interesting that we have an industry that has educated consumers in believing that they need a new phone every year. Imagine if that was your washing machine, that you buy a washing machine, it works 6 months, 9 months, it becomes slower and slower. Every time you load it with more clothes, some of the clothes get stuck in there, and at some point you can't really put more clothes in it. Imagine that you had to buy a new washing machine every single year. We would not accept that at all. But that's the case with the mobile industry. And that's where we want people to have their phones in hands for a longer time. But we don't expect people to be less clumsy going forward. So we know that they're going to drop the phones. We know that we're going to drop the phones. So we want to make them repairable. And we've been working a lot and innovating repairability. So the phone we launched this year also got the Time Magazine Best Innovation of the Year in the repairability category, is able to be repaired by normal consumers with a guitar plector and a screwdriver. Then you can change the glass, you can change the screen, you can change the battery, and you can change the charging sockets. It's really, really important that you can have that repairability, and it doesn't require like major surgery to be repairable. And we are innovating there. Secondly, it needs to be beautiful. We don't believe that you actually want to buy a phone, and we can scale phones, and we can really scale devices without making them pretty. We want to make sure that you have a nice device. You want to pull it out and put it on the table next to other devices that are also beautiful. Sustainability should not mean ugliness. It shouldn't mean that it's not a nice design. And that's where we are really putting a lot of effort into making our devices compatible or comparable to the industry standards. Finally, we also need to make them affordable. I don't know why $2,000 is a price point for a phone when you can actually produce things that are beautiful 600 pounds cheaper. In Africa, we're selling a lot of very, very affordable phones where the upfront cost is $20 or 20 pounds. That's done through microfinancing solutions where you buy the phone and then you pay 50 cents every week until it's paid off. And that's a way to really get different demographics to use a smartphone and use the benefits of a smartphone, because it is a powerful tool, but we need to use it in the right way. Finally, and I'm glad that so many had a Nokia phone, you can still get Nokia phones, and we're actually seeing an increase in the Gen Zs are using Nokia phones again. We see this flip phone. We launched it, relaunched it this year. It came out in 2016. Now it's relaunched, and we were actually sold out of flip phones. It does 3 amazing things. You can text, you can call, and you can play Snake. And as an added benefit, you actually get the pleasure of really experiencing a lot of real moments in real life with your partners, your kids, your friends, and so on. So this is a very powerful tool if you want to experience more of life. It's quite affordable, and I can promise you it will not break if you drop it. And it's really a good way to get out of the habits with constantly looking at TikTok, Instagram, and so on. So just as final ending, I want to invite everyone to our digital detox. It starts in 5 days. It's a 10-day course. It's on our Discord channel. And after 10 days, I promise you, you will have experienced what it is to be in real life instead of real life. Thank you.
transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Julian Assange is known for founding WikiLeaks in 2006, an organization that gained international attention for publishing classified and sensitive information from various governments. Supporters argue that he is a champion of transparency and government accountability, providing a platform for whistleblowers to expose corruption and human rights abuses. Critics, on the other hand, argue that Assange's actions have jeopardized national security and have endangered lives by releasing classified information without proper vetting. Some believe that he has crossed ethical boundaries in the pursuit of transparency, especially when it comes to the potential harm caused by the indiscriminate release of sensitive data. To talk about the complex ethical and legal questions surrounding Assange's imprisonment, free speech, and the relentless pursuit of justice, please welcome in conversation with Andrew Fishman, lawyer and human rights defender, as well as the wife of Julian Assange, Stella Assange.
Hello. I want to start by saying a few things about WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. WikiLeaks is one of the most important organizations and ideas of this century. It has inspired a generation of journalists and activists and struck fear in the hearts of politicians. And that impact is why Julian Assange has been viciously targeted by the US and UK governments and has been unjustly imprisoned for the last 11 years. Julian is now awaiting extradition to the US on ridiculous espionage charges that would effectively criminalize much of investigative journalism. WikiLeaks has reminded us of the role that journalism is supposed to serve and has advanced democracy, transparency, accountability, free speech, and human rights. Stella, you, Julian, and all of your colleagues have been so courageous in the face of spying, harassment, torture, prison, defamation, and lies. And I think that you deserve a big round of applause. So.
Thank you.
And you just got here in Portugal. Where were you? Why are you just showing up at Web Summit right now?
Yeah, so I just flew in, came from the airport. I did a quick Q&A, and now I'm here joining all you lovely people because I came from Oslo, -7 degrees, by the way, which was very complicated to pack for coming here right after. I was there because Julian received the Ossietzky Prize, which was given by PEN International, their Norway division, and this is an organization that defends writers at risk, writers imprisoned, and Julian received the prize because he is, of course, a writer in prison who has been in prison for the last 4.5 years in the harshest prison of the United Kingdom. And this was an important, very important recognition of his status as a political prisoner. Well.
Great. Well deserved. So I wanted to ask you, in your own words, why is Julian Assange really in prison, and how is he doing?
Well, I was listening to the intro, and there's been a lot of talk about the ethics around publishing and so on. But the reality is that WikiLeaks publishing record is 100% authentic documents. These are documents and videos that showed war crimes being committed, the killings of over 15,000 civilians in Iraq that had not been accounted for, death squads in Afghanistan, and the list goes on and on. Actual crimes being committed by occupying forces. And of course, the reality is that Julian is imprisoned because he's being punished because he exposed a superpower that is in decline and that is willing to violate its own constitution, its own principles on free speech and freedom of the press in order to persecute a journalist.
So what are the stakes here? I mean, what will it mean for society if he is not released and if he is convicted and imprisoned for the rest of his life? And what can be done? What are the possibilities to get him free?
Well, the indictment of Julian, there's a before and an after. We're already in that dire scenario where a publisher has been indicted for literally receiving, possessing, and communicating information to the public. And of course, he received that information from Chelsea Manning, who has been speaking at the Web Summit, a heroic whistleblower who saw these war crimes and indiscriminate killings and blew the whistle and was imprisoned for it. And but when they took this indictment against Julian, they really crossed a line that hadn't been crossed before. They used the US Espionage Act to indict a publisher. And of course, he's not actually accused of espionage per se. There's no allegation that he was publishing on behalf of a foreign power, rather that he was publishing on behalf, for the benefit of the public. And so this is a complete reframing of journalism as a danger and as something that needs to be restricted. Julian is not a US citizen. He is Australian. He was in the European Union at the time when he was publishing in partnership with other organizations, The Guardian, El País, and so on, New York Times. And they published the same information, also classified documents that were unauthorized. And so you could use the same principle to go after them.
The New York Times problem. The
New York Times problem, and this is what the Obama administration, the reason they gave, because the Obama administration didn't prosecute Julian over the Chelsea Manning leaks. In fact, they said they wouldn't. It was the Trump administration that brought this indictment in a context in which Donald Trump and his administration wanted to set a precedent, legal and political, to chill the press, to restrict freedom of the press, to make it dangerous to publish truthful and hard-hitting journalism. And that's where we find ourselves today.
But the Biden administration is now in office, so everything's solved now, right?
Right. So the Biden administration has continued Donald Trump's most dangerous and enduring legacy to bring a prosecution against a journalist for having published truthful information. And the Washington Post, New York Times, every major free speech organization, human rights organization, Amnesty International, and so on, they all say that this case is the greatest threat to press freedom globally, that he has to be released, and that this is a political persecution that basically criminalizes the public's right to know the truth.
So before we came on stage, we were talking, and you told me that you never really wanted to be the person sitting on the stage or in the spotlight, and but you were also born into an activist family and background. You could have, you're a lawyer, you went to a nice, prestigious university, you could have had a much simpler, quieter, comfortable life, and instead you face so many sacrifices and injustices on a daily basis. And I'm wondering, was there a moment that you chose this path? Why are you here now, and what keeps you going despite all the intense pressure that you're under?
Well, my background is I was born in South Africa, but my parents were working in the development field in Botswana and Lesotho, and they were involved in the anti-apartheid struggle. I grew up, with people who were politically active, fighting injustice, writers, intellectuals, painters, and so on. And that was really part of my upbringing, and also dramatically, during that time when we were living in Botswana, my parents' friends, several of my parents' friends, but one very close friend got assassinated by a death squad, essentially, from South Africa that crossed the border in 1985. I was only 2.5, but this event kind of really shaped my outlook about, this affected us very closely. Afterwards, I went on to study law and politics, and eventually became a lawyer. I got involved in Julian's case in 2011, and eventually we fell in love and started a family. And this was at a time when there were, not only smears against Julian, but literal plots against him, his life, to kidnap and assassinate him. We found this out afterwards. But it was a very dangerous environment, and obviously this was a threatening environment. But after Julian's arrest and imprisonment, we had 2 children together, and in spite of my disposition, which is not, to be on a stage like this isn't, my most comfortable place. I thought, that the greatest risk is that our children grow up without a father, and I need to speak out, and I need to advocate for Julian, not just for his release, but also to inform people about what the stakes are for everyone, because it is the public's right to know that is ultimately the target of this prosecution.
Absolutely. I think the audience likes you. All right, I want to read you a headline from The Economist 2019. It goes, quote, "Why Julian Assange should be extradited. The WikiLeaks co-founder is accused of hacking, not leaking, and that is a serious crime." So 2 questions. The first one is, can you first please explain why this is complete BS? And the second one is, what have you learned about the role of the mainstream press? I mean, clearly The Economist has something to lose if Julian loses. And I've experienced this also when you're at the center of the firestorm. You realize that just a lot of things aren't being, a lot of truths aren't being said, a lot of distortions, a lot of manipulations, and people that should maybe be your friends aren't acting as such. And so I wonder if you have anything to say about that.
Okay, that's a lot of questions in one. Well, I should say The Economist has particular beef with Julian. Aside from that, and I'll explain why, The Economist was also a magazine that took the position that Iraq should be invaded. And I think this is a very important, significant predictor. Some people have shifted their positions, but often you find that a lot of people who were hostile to Julian and WikiLeaks also were cheering on the Iraq war. So The Economist is one of those publications. And I'm not saying it's all bad, but also during the publication of the Podesta emails, it came out that the publisher of The Economist described herself as your loyal pal to Hillary Clinton. And obviously that was Hillary Clinton's camp was not happy about WikiLeaks publications in 2016. And The Economist backed the Hillary campaign. So that's that. Apart from that, it's total bullshit because Julian is not accused of hacking. There's one charge under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, 5 years out of 175 years. It's what I call the PR charge, the one that they roll out, like the Economist just did, to pretend that this is about anything other than publishing, whereas 170 years are about publishing. And this one, when you look at it, it's not about hacking at all. It's about an alleged conversation between Julian and Chelsea Manning, in which the US says he was advising her on how to conceal her identity to access information that she already had access to. Chelsea Manning had top secret access, and she didn't actually leak any top secret information.
They both deny this, right?
Absolutely, they both deny it. But the US's case is that the computer charge was to conceal Chelsea Manning's identity and not to access any information. And the press?
The press.
Look, the Economist's position is not representative, and I could say a lot about the press. But the fact is that the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Guardian and so on have actually come round to say that the case should be dropped. In fact, they said they never thought he should be prosecuted over the publications, but they have come out in editorials and so on to say that this case is an attack on press freedom globally, that it should be dropped, that he should be released, and so on. There's an absolute consensus, except for maybe The Economist. But that's like from 2019, so maybe they've changed their minds. The press has behaved very badly. In the past, they've come around, but it really is my belief that if Julian hadn't been so misrepresented and smeared in the press, he would not have spent a single day in prison. That their failure in their duty to report critically, objectively, in relation to the prosecution and persecution of a fellow journalist that they partnered with in relation to these very publications that he's indicted over. That is a terrible misconduct, basically, a miscarriage of the journalistic profession. And Julian's imprisonment is a result of a concerted effort to try to undermine his political support, distort his views, distort his positions. Lots of false stories were published, including in some of these very papers.
I think it's important to point out that it doesn't matter what you think about Julian Assange. Clearly, you like him, but not everybody here has to. It's because this prosecution is not about his political positions or choices that he's made of who he likes or doesn't like politically. It's about these much bigger issues that have these huge knock-on effects, and it's global, right? I mean, if he's allowed to be prosecuted in this way in the United States, it's a signal to the rest of the world that this is a behavior that's okay and that should happen in countries like Brazil or in Mexico or anywhere.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, as I said, Julian's Australian. He was in Europe. The U.S. is using its laws extraterritorially to restrict speech in Europe, to restrict speech of a foreign national. And what is to prevent any other country from using the same principle? Well, maybe Burkina Faso has certain secrecy laws that they want to apply in Portugal to a Portuguese or an Italian journalist. It's the same principle. This is the same case. And of course, it's completely mad.
Yeah, a reporter from The Intercept Brazil we just published yesterday. She was sentenced to a year in prison for publishing something that a judge didn't like. And so I think it's clearly there's a connection, and this is a global tendency that's important to point out. I wanted to switch gears a little bit and ask you, looking back, WikiLeaks and Julian have had this massive influence over the last 17 years with global politics and so many fronts. And do you have a sense of what Julian is most proud of from all this work that he's done with his colleagues? And is there any impact that has come out of this ordeal that keeps him and you inspired?
Well, I resist speaking for him, but I do know that he is especially proud of having contributed to the win at the European Court of Human Rights of Khalid al-Masri. Now, this is a German citizen who was abducted, renditioned by the CIA. He was taken by a plane. He was tortured in a secret prison in Iraq. And when they realized that they had the wrong Khalid al-Masri, it was a case of mistaken identity. They dumped him in Macedonia a few months later, after having been tortured and so on. Anyway, he tried to sue the United States in the United States, but then it was deemed that this concerned national security, and so he didn't have standing. And then he went to the European Court of Human Rights, and he used WikiLeaks documents in order to win his case before the European Court of Human Rights. So this is, a real-world effect of the good that WikiLeaks has done to be able to demonstrate the use of torture, the complicity of European states in many cases, and also the way the US Embassy was pressuring, for example, the German government into refraining from seeking the extradition of the people who were involved in his torture and abduction. So we've seen interference in judicial processes of European countries into the sovereignty of European countries recorded and documented in these publications. And so it's of incredible importance to our own preservation of the integrity of our own democracies.
Sure. We're running a little short, but I want to ask you a big question that I think you want to talk about. You and Julian both signed the Westminster Declaration, which is a treatise about the limitations of free speech that's being done under the guise of preventing disinformation and misinformation. People from all over the political spectrum signed this. And obviously, there's the government element that we've already discussed. But what is big tech doing to limit freedom of speech and our ability to publish journalism? And what needs to be done to turn it around?
Well, the problem is, basically there's a revolving door between tech and government and intelligence agencies that are restricting our ability to perceive reality and the discussion that we're able to have openly. There is no public space. There's a space that is controlled by actors that we cannot see and by restrictions that that have no oversight. So it's a really big problem, and there needs to be a good, a strong counter push. But I think the most important thing is that Julian is a technologist, he's an innovator, and he stands on the side of free speech and openness, and he's imprisoned. And the only hope that we have in order to have an open, free society, that the odds are stacked against us unless we can push back, and freeing Julian is essential in that fight. So I ask you all to support Julian's freedom, because he's an innovator, a technologist, a journalist, a thinker, a writer, a public intellectual, and we need him free and able to speak.
All right, we got time for one more. Last final thoughts, final message that you maybe have for people in the audience that are deciding between maybe pursuing that life of a little bit more comfort or pursuing a political life and a life of activism. Any inspiring thoughts or message to share?
Well, look, I think the supposition that not speaking out, not taking positions that you actually believe in your interior is easier, I think that's completely false. And along the way, if you don't choose a path that is more in keeping with your internal thoughts and your internal life, you're not going to find your people. It's really important to find your people, and through struggle you actually grow, and you grow with the people that you're fighting with. So there are many different ways of being an activist. You don't have to be protesting every day. I have met a lot of people who have day jobs in municipalities, or teachers, or engineers, technologists. Just use your abilities for good and for humanity.
That's great. One last round of applause for Stella Assange, Julian Assange, and everybody from WikiLeaks. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Here we go. Center stage for the pitch winners announcement. At Web Summit this year, we have welcomed around 2,600 startups from around the world, and now it's time to find out who is the best of the best. This year's pitch was a roller coaster of emotions for our 3 finalists who are backstage. 105 of the best early stage companies here were selected for the group rounds across 3 stages. From those, only 3 emerged victorious and pitched earlier today in the grand finals. I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved, and of course, all the startups who pitched their hearts out over the last 2 days. Let's give them a round of applause. It's a great job. It's a crazy stage to do this.
$25.
Nervous together. Okay, so let's do it. Without further ado, the winner of Pitch 2023 is
Inspira!
Congratulations. How do you feel?
I didn't think this was gonna. I didn't practice for this.
That's okay.
To be honest. But yeah, super excited. Founding team is behind here. If they can come,
bring them on out.
You know, I think it's only fair.
Give him the award. Here's your award.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much.
Well
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take a big.
Here we go. Yes. I think for us is beyond words to be here representing Brazil and representing what we believe and always believed in. And being here for us means, you know, extra exposure and means everything to us. We've been believing in this for the last 2-3 years. And reaching here, the biggest stage in the world in terms of tech and putting ourselves in the map is absolutely extraordinary. And special for me, particularly in Lisbon, because of the ties I have with my family and everything. Means the world, really. And Vai Inspira, let's go. This is just the beginning. Let's get going. Also, yeah, a big shout out to our team. Every single one of them are in Brazil, scattered around and watching us from everywhere. And big recognition for them as, you know, the makers of this as well. big part. So for us, it's a pleasure to be here also representing them. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's it for Pitch this year. Congratulations to Inspira and to all the other finalists, and of course to everyone who had the courage to step foot on the stage. Only one of you conquered the title. All of you conquered the stage here today. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thanks.
Brazil. Sorry. I know, right? Okay, so well done to our pitch winner of 2023. Parabéns para os brasileiros que ganharam, também para todos que participaram. It's not easy, as Casey said, it's not easy at all to be on this stage performing in front of so many people in such an important event such as Web Summit. So congratulations for everybody, and especially for Brazil. Yes. Yes. All right. It's interesting that our next talk follows one on Julian Assange, as our next speaker was also involved with releasing sensitive information to WikiLeaks and being court-martialed for it. Today, she's heavily involved with cybersecurity and how cryptography plays a crucial role in preserving privacy amid the proliferation of large language models and cutting-edge AI. Specifically, by implementing robust cryptography measures, sorry guys, I'm really excited inside. I'm like trying to act like everything's okay, but I'm like, so that developers and organizations can demonstrate a commitment to protecting user privacy and fostering trust in the use of AI technologies. Join NIM Technologies' Chelsea Manning as she highlights the importance of cryptography and preserving privacy amid the proliferation of large language models and cutting-edge AI. For the final talk of Web Summit 2023, please give a warm welcome in conversation with host of the Shift podcast from PRX, Jennifer Strong, security consultant for NIM, for NIM Technologies, Chelsea Manning. Come on, guys, warm welcome. Let's go.
All right. Hi. Hello, everybody. Last thing of the entire conference.
Yeah. Party isn't over that yet, though.
So many things can be true at the same time.
Sure.
Right? You are best known as the person who leaked more documents, documents in U.S. history, I would say, about the records about the Iraq and Afghanistan war. It is also true that you have served time in prison for that, and
sure,
your views were shaped by that time in prison about the work that you do today. It is also true that you're a very deep thinker about some of the very topics we've spent the last 3 days talking about here. The future of privacy, the future of security, what AI means to all of it.
Yeah, so we live in this era where we're surrounded by technology. And in my own experience and in my own time, working either in the private sector or later on in the military, and then going back into the private sector once again, I've encountered numerous instances of this clash between the humans that we are and the way that technology is sort of shaping how we interact with each other, and how institutions are a part of that. And so I feel like my whole life experience thus far has been shaped by my exposure to the digital realm, and then that clashing with the complicated reality of humanity that is, being houseless, living on the streets, that is being going to war and then going to prison, like all these different environments where people are faced with the most awful challenges, but also places in which I see humanity and hope, and I let that drive how I integrate. I let it drive how I view technology and how I want to build a better future. But also, I ask myself, the tools that we use, in data science and artificial intelligence, I often wonder, should we be building these tools? Are we building the correct tools? Are we trying to solve the right problems?
Right.
Or are we simply trying to feed the engagement machine? Are we simply trying to generate content for the sake of generating content? Are we simply forgetting the human element and turning every single interaction that we have on a day-to-day basis into a commodity?
Sure.
In which, and this commodity is doing something as simple as swiping on an app or clicking a cute little heart icon.
So your focus now is on online privacy. That's how you're spending a lot of your time, right? And which, in a word, is poor. And technology is making this task both harder and easier, I think, at the same time.
Yes.
And you're focused on something called a MixNet, which maybe you want to explain to people both what that is and how it's different from what we've done to this point.
Sure. So the kinds of connections that happen over internet networks, like with your when you're using a text message or an email, for instance, it's usually end to end. So it's usually you send Alice sends Bob a message, and the email services and the internet service provider is an intermediary in between that.
Yep.
But one of the problems is that the sender and recipient know who each other is, and also the email provider does. Whereas with a VPN, you have another step in between that, and so you have an encrypted means in which that communication between the sender and receiver is encrypted, and the third party in between withholds the sender and the recipient's information from each other. Now you can add an extra layer to that, like with a tool like Tor, where you randomize the connections that you have between between all of the different nodes on a network, and then it allows for communications to happen somewhat anonymously. So somewhat more anonymously, so you have this constant connection between 3 different hops, and nobody really knows where it's coming from. But somebody who can view the entire network can see that and see what's happening on the entire network. And so what a MixNet is it is a tool that sends packets along different paths. So it breaks it up. It breaks up the messages and the email of, say your email or your Signal message or whatever it is. And it breaks it up into smaller bits and pieces and sends it all on different random paths and whatever. And I think that this is something that I suggested back in 2016. And I was working with a few colleague cryptographers about how this would be implemented and how we could go about it. And this is there is an existing MixNet that exists, and it's in the world today. And I think that my focus more broadly and generally is on the importance of being able to have some semblance of privacy through encryption or through the technological means that we have, and be able to use that intuitively. It shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be difficult to use. It should be a means or a mechanism that, like Signal, who Meredith was speaking here. She's a good friend of mine recently, and Signal is an app that is very intuitive and it's easy to use. And I think that's how it should be, as simple and easy to use as putting a lock on your door or closing blinds. Like, it shouldn't be this complicated thing, because whenever people think of, encryption and cryptography and privacy, it sounds complicated, it sounds hard, especially whenever we've been trained for it to be really hard. Yeah. And I think that companies that, sort of have made a lot of money and have extracted a lot of this kind of information in order to generate revenue for ads, sure. It's kind of run counterintuitive to the fact that people need this like sense of self and the sense of identity and the sense of privacy.
Let's talk about the dance between AI and cryptography and
sure.
what some of the implications are.
So, artificial intelligence, as the buzzword currently stands, really we're talking about large language models or generative AI. Those are the buzzwords of the moment. And I think that the problems that we've sort of seen with this kind of technology on a larger scale, as it's become incorporated into say search engines and whatnot, is that we've seen that it's been trained on a large corpus of data, and it's these corpuses of data. And by a corpus, I mean like Wikipedia is a corpus, and you take a lot of different types of curated corpuses of information, which often includes writings, text, yeah. books, videos, images, and you run that through a training program to train an algorithm, which is essentially a bunch of weights and balances usually between 0 and 1. And you have billions and billions of these parameters going through a neural network. And so they're not stored like a file. Mm-hmm. And so when you train it on this data, the artifacts of that information are in the weights and balances of that model, and you can't take that out. You can't hit delete. So like with the GDPR, like where you have a right to privacy and you have a right to have your data deleted. You can't do that with a large language model. So it's really important that the data that we feed these models doesn't include like your personal information or your private information, because it's in there. And once it's in there, it's like the artifacts of it being there are going to stay.
Right. What is the future of privacy, and is privacy even possible in the future that we're building right now?
I think privacy is possible. I think that I'm not a Luddite. I do believe that, I know it feels exhausting because we look at our phones constantly and we've sort of been glued to these devices that, increasingly focus on just the information that is gathered even from our finger movements or our eye movements in the case of some VR tools that, right. Have been, released at least in beta form or in a very expensive form to the public. And so as these kinds of biometric types of technology, like gait analysis, come into being, one of the problems that we're going to have is that we don't even know the information is being collected about us. But I do think that we can build tools and build mechanisms. And I think that the onus is on us as technologists to develop tools that at least take into account the fact that people need to have some semblance of privacy, that communications shouldn't be a resource to be extracted and to be commodified. Like we should, I don't want to live in a world where the relationships that we have are a numerical value. Like think of the relationships of social media, for instance, right. and the sort of alienating feeling that you get when your entire identity and sense of self is put onto whether or not somebody likes or resends a message that you put up there, or a photograph. We're really in an unprecedented time with data collection, sure. but I feel like we're also at a crossroads where technologists can decide, hey, maybe we don't have to build these tools in this particular way. Mm-hmm. We are experts, and we're not held, and I think it's funny because we're not held to the same ethical standards as doctors and lawyers, despite having more of an impact on the world than doctors and lawyers in many instances. We expect our doctor to have gone through rigorous training and have peer review, right. and to have a professional standard, but we don't have that yet within machine learning. We don't have that yet within data science. We don't have that yet within the artificial intelligence and large language model space, and whatever tools come out that are slowly, that are rapidly coming into fruition. Like, because I mean, the buzzwords change almost quarter to quarter these days. Let's be real. And I think that as we build these tools, we need to think about whether or not we're upholding the same values as we should whenever it's impacting people across the world. And I think that, say, I like the example of a doctor because think of the last time that you went to a doctor or think of going to a surgeon and think of whether or not you would feel comfortable going to a surgeon with the mentality, and they have the mentality of break things and of move fast and break things. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. And I don't think that we should force people to have to work with tools that are built like that.
So speaking of these tools, you've mentioned you work with NIM, you mentioned Signal Foundation. Who's building these tools that you're watching and see as the future of the space?
Sure. I think that many of these tools already exist, and I think that they need to be easier to use. I think that it's less about building the tools and infrastructure for privacy and more about realizing that technologists currently in the data collection space in particular don't always have to build things in the particular manner as they are made for their particular companies, organizations, et cetera. Like that we have an ethical responsibility to sometimes even withhold our services. And I think that I think that it's more about not building tools rather than just building every single thing. We don't have to, for the reason why we keep having to build privacy tools that are more advanced and more sophisticated and are able to defeat data collection and surveillance methods is because we keep building more and more data science methods of extracting communications and interactions between people.
Although the argument against that is that if someone doesn't build it, someone else will, of course. And
that's always the argument. I mean, that's the kind of mentality that led to the development of the atomic bomb.
Right. Let's speed this up a bit with a bit of a lightning round. So, next 6-12 months, what are you watching?
Next 6 months, I'm looking at how large language models get integrated into daily life behind the scenes. Because the kinds of tools that are being looked at and developed are not ones that we intuitively think of as being, this is a ChatGPT. It's things that are built in the back end. It's things that are that you don't see that are making decisions based on your life. I think that in the next 12 months, we're going to start seeing more and more. We're going to start seeing more and more people who, using these tools, use it for complex influence operations. And we're going to see more deepfakes. We're going to see more debates around whether or not information is real or accurate or not. Like, it's going to get even bigger. And I think that the next 5 years, I'm definitely thinking about how long we can sustain the amount of compute that we generate, right? Sure. So many of these AI applications are trained using an enormous amount of power, and the efficiency of running models or running cryptographic communications tools is a problem because it requires a lot of energy usage. It requires more and more complex math, and we're entering a situation where there's only so many resources. There's only so many chips. There's only so many GPUs. There's only so many server racks. We have to figure out how we're going to do this more efficiently, especially as we're faced with a climate and a carbon, a carbon cycle that is on an unsustainable path.
Not disagreeing with you, but it was like not much of a lightning round if we do one question. See if we can click through a couple more. Last 6-12 months, what caught your attention?
What caught my attention in the last 6 months?
I'm assuming it's different than perhaps others here, so.
I think that the things that have caught my attention in the last 6 months have been the fact that I keep seeing not the fact that people are using deepfakes in public discourse and discussion, but the fact that they can be made and the fact that they exist be used to cast doubt on actual verified information.
Sure.
And I think that this trend keeps causing people to to question their own reality more and
I'd agree
more.
with that.
And I think that we need to, I mean, and I do think that we need to start coming up with means and tools of verifying information using a cryptographic means. One of the most fascinating things about cryptography and AI being two separate sort of fields that are both impacted by a very similar mathematical set of principles is that AI cannot be trained to bypass the second law of thermodynamics, which basically means that you can't just the amount of consumption and training that has to go into developing a model and running a model can't bypass the amount of computation required to run to run encryption or a cryptographic signature or a checksum. And so I think that one of the most fascinating and powerful things that AI can't do is it can't do cryptography, right? Like it can't skip that cryptography. We can train it to do cryptography, but it's going to cost more than it would be to just break it, normally.
I think we're almost out of time, but quickly here, I think the race to label a deepfake is going to shift pretty quickly to the race to figure out what's true. And I'm curious how you.
We're already here.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think we're already here, and we see this in the kind of discussion and discourse that we have. But the simple fact of the matter is that I know that it's attractive to be able to say, hey, like I can pick my own reality, I can pick what I like, but the reality is that the real physical material world is going to come up against that at some point. And I think that whenever it comes to the climate in particular, we're not going to be able to just pretend it away.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. And thank you, Lisbon.
All right. I'll follow you.
All right. Are we going this way?
Please welcome to the stage CEO of Web Summit, Catherine Marr.
All right, everyone. How are you all doing? Yeah, that's right. Come on. You're still standing or sitting. You're still here. I'm delighted to be back out here with you again, and I hope you enjoyed the results of the pitch competition. Can we give it up a little bit for Inspira? All the way from Brazil. Congratulations, team. That was pretty incredible. So we are on the final day, which is remarkable. It went by so fast. I don't know where it all went, but I can't wait to come back again in 360 some days. As you can only imagine, this is a very, very big event, and it requires a tremendous amount of work from an incredibly dedicated team to pull it off. And I just want to give them the recognition that they deserve. And if I may ask you to give a little bit of love to the Web Summit team just now, maybe clap your hands so they can hear you in the back. There are 300 people in the organization that work for Web Summit, from speakers, production, community, and partnerships, the media team. They've just done phenomenal work the past few weeks. I also want to just take a minute, and I'm going to ask you to do a little bit more applause for all the volunteers. The hundreds of volunteers that are pointing you in the right direction that are standing there and smiling. I'm telling you, their feet are killing them. But they're here to make sure that you have a great time, and I hope that you did. I hope that you had an incredible time. I hope that you made new friends, new connections, that you did the sorts of things over the course of the week that are going to propel you into the year to come. As I said on the first night, that may change your career, may change your purpose, may change your direction, may change your country, perhaps even the world. And I hope that we hear all about it in 2024 at the next Web Summit event. So I'm going to leave you now with a final talk from Antonio Costa Silva, who is the Minister of Economy and Maritime Affairs for the government of Portugal, to close out Web Summit 2023. Thank you all. See you soon.
Good afternoon to everybody. I hope that you have enjoyed the Web Summit and that you have enjoyed also Lisbon. I expect that during the Web Summit, the network of contacts that you developed, the partnerships, the friends that you made, everything that you developed in terms of new ideas, the inspiration that you got to develop your projects will continue and will extend this distinctive characteristic of the Web Summit of Lisbon, the creative energy that we felt along these days and that will propagate to the next year. I think we are living in a troubled world, very fragmented, very polarized, and Lisbon and the Web Summit are a huge platform of hope, of friendship, of meeting from people across the world to develop new ideas to challenge the problems of our time. And one thing that I think is very, very important, don't give up to your dreams. There are amazing histories in the industry regarding the dreams of young people with simple ideas that changed the world. Maybe one of the most well-known is related with Kodak. In the 60s and 70s of last century, Kodak was the dominant corporation in the world market of the photography and the film photography. They had developed the analogic cameras and dominated completely the market. But they had a young, bright engineer, Stephen Session. In 1975, he invented the first digital camera in the world. He presented his invention to the board of the company. He was almost expelled from the boardroom. They said, this is rubbish. Our market is with the analogic cameras and with the photo films. And what happened? A few years later, the digital cameras dominated the market. Kodak went to bankruptcy. So please don't give up to your dreams. A key idea can change the world, and sometimes in the organization, they underestimate the velocity at which the innovation comes and changes completely the market. So today, we are coming to the closing of the Web Summit. I hope this will not be the end. It's just the beginning of a new journey for all of you, developing your projects and your ideas. The Web Summit 2023 is a huge success, and I would like to profit this moment to congratulate Catherine, to congratulate the country manager, to all the team that worked very hard for the success of the Web Summit 2023. We had more than 70,000 participants from across the world. We had 900 speakers that shared with us new ideas and developed an atmosphere of inspiration for new projects. We had more than 300 partners, more than 900 investors, and on top of them, 2,600 startups. The Web Summit was designed for the startups, was designed for the entrepreneurship, was designed to create this atmosphere for the people share ideas, develop contacts, extend the relationships, build the future. And from these 2,600 startups, more than 1/3 were founded by women. And we need more and more women in the tech world. We need more and more women in the corporate boardrooms. We need more and more women as decision makers and policy makers. Women have different qualities. Women have extraordinary quality. They have a multitask mind. And in a complex world, we need this type of qualities and approach. I would like also to stress that for Portugal and for Startup Portugal, we had around 315 startups in the Web Summit. In Portugal, we have a very active cluster with 4,000 startups, more than 100 incubators. And this is the entrepreneurship of the country. In terms of attraction of venture capital, it increased 25 times in the last 7 years. In 2021, it reached 1.5 billion euros of attraction. And the technological companies in the country today are worth 40 billion. If we look to the 20 most valuable companies in Portugal, 7 of them are technological companies. And some of these companies didn't exist 6, 7 years ago. This shows that a powerful idea can change the business, can dominate the market, can go ahead. And in terms of the productive system of the country, the emergence of these technological companies is a very good thing. Because the technological companies, when they are born as global companies with a lot of network, of relationship, and this is good for the country. We are a very open country, and today Portugal is under a political crisis, but it is a very stable country. Nobody in the country is above the law. The country is ruled by law. We have a very consolidated democratic system. We will find our way for the future. And I would like to mention to all investors, that we are a safe country. The two major parties that rule the country in democratic time, both of them share the vision of a pro-European vision, a vision in favor of the market economy. They share a vision of attraction of foreign investment. And the country is doing very well. In 2022, in the space of the European Union, we jumped from the 8th to the 6th position in terms of the attraction of investment. And for the startups, we have a very competitive law, and we are refining the law. This year, we had a further reduction in terms of taxes. The stock options are disseminated not only for the workers, but also for the directors and for the founders. And for the non-resident regime, we are correcting our budget and the state budget in order to incorporate the workers for the startups to be encompassed by this non-resident regime to become even more competitive. So I think we are in business and we are looking to the future. And now, after all the discussions that we had during the Web Summit and the emergence of artificial intelligence, all these bright technologies, we have to ask ourselves what is the next step, what is the way forward. There is a British writer, Gilbert Chesterton. He mentioned once the lack of senses in the world, the lack of purpose in the world stems from the fact that we never ask what is the purpose. So what is the purpose of us today in the closing of Web Summit, looking to the future? We know the problems that our planet is facing. The problems are very clear. We have a system of production and a system of consumption that are unsustainable. We have to change this system. And we have to introduce the circular economy in our economies to bring down our footprint, our carbon footprint. And we can use all these technologies with artificial intelligence in the center to build a more prosperous society. This is possible. This happened in the past, can happen today. And I can tell you the history in 900. In 900 in New York, two men met One was Thomas Edison, the other was Henry Ford. They had a bid for the source of energy that should dominate the world energy market in the 20th century. And one said electricity, the other oil based on the internal combustion engine. What happened 4 years before, in 1896, the first Congress of Urban Planning was held in New York. They discussed the situation of the cities, which were very, very difficult at these times. And 2 days after the convening of the Congress, they just finished the works in a very dark atmosphere. And why? Because the system for mobility for the big cities at the time were the carriages drawn by horses. In London, there were 300,000 horses. In New York, there were 100,000 horses. There are iconic pictures of Central Park in New York with all these horses around. And what happened with the excrement of the animals, the pestilence, the plagues that were disseminated across the cities, the people, they were very concerned. And they said, the cities are over, we have to return to the fields. But the human mind can operate miracles. And few years after, it seemed that electricity was dominating the market, but after the internal combustion engine dominated completely the cities. And they were greeted as the saviors of the environment. And little by little, the cities developed a new wave of prosperity across the globe. And why? Because these ideas, these bright ideas, the inventions of the 20th century, with the electricity, the internal combustion engine, the car, the plane, the computer, the laser, the telephone, they had a huge impact in terms of the total productivity of the production factors. And they changed the trajectory of the human species in our planet. If you look to the world GDP from the Middle Age to the beginning of the 20th century, it's more or less flat. But suddenly, in 100 years, the world GDP increased more than 45 times. Never happened before in history. And we have today this legacy. It extended human life, developing medicines to cure diseases, developed the inventions that transformed completely the world and generated a new wave of prosperity. It is my firm belief today that using artificial intelligence as core, with generative artificial intelligence, with everything that is going on in terms of computing, cloud and edging, everything that is going on in advanced connectivity, the industrialization of machine learning, this will bring a new wave of prosperity to our countries and to our planets. We have just to focus on sustainability. We have to focus in decreasing our footprint, our carbon footprint in the planet. Because even today, we are violating already 6 out of the 9 planetary boundaries. There are 9 key variables that explain why this planet is the planet of life. And we are violating the integrity of the biosphere. We are violating already the So I'd like just to conclude saying to you that all these technologies can bring the same sort of transformation that we had in the past. What has saved human species along our trajectory in this planet is the creativity of the human mind. We can identify solutions, identify the problems. What we should do is to use the technology in the right way and apply in the right way, fighting poverty, fighting the inequality, building more inclusive societies, giving opportunities to the citizens. And we can do that now and transform the future. And finally, the future is something that all of us, we have to be concerned about. As a Portuguese poet said, the future is the place where we will spend the rest of our life. Thank you very much. All the best for you.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction